Hello, hello. Good time of day, everyone. So yes, I spent an inordinate amount of time making this, well, I call it my scuff screen because it's effectively my sensor for everything, but yes. Also, I had to preheat the house to try to keep the furnaces stable. They should kick off shortly. But without further ado, hello. So today, I'm going to be working on a pre-debut VTuber for VFLEET, which is a corpo, as you would expect. And she is the little cis jet that is coming out of the group. I'm not sponsored. Most of my stuff is fan work anyways, but it goes without saying, as I'm branded a few things on there. But usually they go with the Can Colai type, girl warships. And do a bunch of museum stuff from what I looked in, but seems in the new generation they're going to have a jet. So without further ado, let's take a look at some references and get this started. So okay, got definitely a prototype rough of her right here. Not much I can go off of. Nice in color one. Not the most exciting theme, but they'll spice it up. And here we go. On the ground. A lot we can go with on this silhouette. But that's not what we're working with. Here we go on the actual silhouette. So Skyler has actually modeled herself. She has done the artwork, which I always respect. And I'm pretty sure it's navy. And this is what we get for the actual design, which I was completely off in the past. I would expect a skirt, but no. This is all off of the jacket, and I will still say that this is probably held up by magic. But, yeah, so I have a few images to go off of. This is not exactly... one of the things I have to figure out is what proportions to put her at. Maybe it could be a 4. Maybe I could squeeze in a 5. It's a very chibi design. Like, very lolly in a lot of ways. Though, long arms and long legs comparative to body. So, a little weird to work with that, but I'll make do. And we got a few other ones of her drawing herself that has been put up. Actually, let me move this down a little bit. A window licker. This is one by the rigger who made an image the other day. And this is of the official one with her gen mates. So relatively, it's going to be the little annoying jet. Spats. Actually, that's a little different than what she had over here. There might be a few variants in design. Like, I don't have an official model sheet. So I'm working off of very limited information, which is why I got about a bunch of Douglas jets, but that was for the other one. Another one she dropped, I think, literally this morning. So I had to grab that. But ultimately, it's going to be more put to this design, which is in a completely different style. I'll say it's similar styling, but due to the rigging and all that, you could see the differences if you were to, like, cut and paste this over. Though I do like the little winglets that float around. I have to figure out if I'm going to have them stationarily attached to any pieces, or if they're going to be, like, floating up and down. Things I'm going to really have to focus on is how this outfit's going to work, and if I'm going to have the jacket removable, because the jacket is effectively her skirt. Though the silhouette isn't destroyed by anything because she is, well, 90% hair. So I have a few things to work on. The outfit is... I don't know what you would call this. It isn't exactly leotard. It is, because it doesn't fit to that. It's like a shorts joined up and going up how far? Oh wait, actually we do have a back shot. So it does go down the back. Actually, wait. It comes up the back. It doesn't connect in the front. Interesting. I mean, I'm only doing front work anyways, but interesting nonetheless. So as for personality, this is I have to make this hyperkinetic, and I think that's going to take a little bit of work. Um, Last week when I did Mint, I was a little unsatisfied because I didn't know what to do with her. I wanted to have the swoon of like a mic or whatever, but I couldn't figure out how to do that. So I want to get down what I'm putting into this model beforehand and just not giving up halfway. So hyperconnect is one thing in here, and I might do a few sketches to figure out like where limbs will go and all that. And given that, quite literally this, I think I'm going to have a very high arm raise on it. Yeah, it's a little different, and I just don't know how to figure it out. Yeah, this one actually put a skirt on her, which is, I'm almost guessing maybe earlier design or possibly an alternative one. But as we can see, like the whole setup of her jacket has remained the same. But anyways, the hair pieces shouldn't be too much trouble on here. It does appear that they're supposed to be floating, so I might give them a little up-down bob on the breath parameter. And here's her little mascots, the Skylers. And also, for whatever reason, bottom of shoes have basically a cat print. You would never see it, but yeah, or a cat paw print. Thigh highs as you would expect. Just a lot. I'll put these down. The joke was funny, but they can't stay. You can't stay. You got to go home. So, I'm going to have a scratch seat. Let's see. 1000 by 1000. Put down a white layer. Put down this. This is going to be scratchy as heck. But that's the point. I need to figure out exactly what's going to go on in this model. I feel I'm going to be fighting some consistency going on this. Okay, anyways. So I'm going off this because this is the main one she has. So any other ones that are slightly off, like this one has this coming down. It almost looks like it's becoming what is the jacket frills, but that's not present on this one. So let me get this. We have... I'm going to stick figure it until I get further. We have this, let's say at a 4 head height, though it's going to be normally proportioned legs. What I mean by that is, dwarfism has the natural same proportion legs as an adult, even though that they are proportionally smaller. Actual children are more like, I would say, or you would say potato, where their legs and arms are stubbier. It's an actual thing. Her, not so much. So I'm going to go just natural or properly long arms and legs, even though the body is just tiny. So let's just go off standard T-pose. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. This definitely works as said leotard, unitard, whatever you want to call it. Up to here. Whether that's going to stay one piece or two pieces, I'm not sure. That'll go down to figuring out how I want this to look in motion. As I said, I kind of like want to have the arms go like maybe up here. It needs to be at least like this. So I probably will have multiple set up for the legs to go up, but that's neither here nor there. Anyways, and also a sneak thing I could take from the silhouette is that the wings and the winglets are removable. So I'm going to easily work that in there. That's literally one layer. But I have ideas. I have ideas on what I'm going to do with that. Okay, back to this. Whoops. There you are. So, the jacket. I'm just trying to figure out how these work into here, because as I said, I have a little bit of conflicting information. So there's that little part right here that isn't present in this. But it looks like this goes up here and wraps around. It isn't exactly attached, it just wraps around. Otherwise, the main part stays there. And we have... that one's been extended in this one. I want to say that's properly a tie. This part looks like it's in there. This part looks like it's disconnected. Also, this, if she is watching this in any way, shape, or form, it must be horrifying to watch somebody go over her work for consistency. So this is separate, and be part of it. So all these are going to be different layers, so I can have a little more 3D effect when they move. This will probably have physics. The underlaying one will probably be attached to this. So this might also have a back part so that this can go behind and this can sway a little bit and show her hide a little more. So I'm just going to put some lines back here. The joys of complex VTuber designs. I mean, I could just show Achi over and over again and go, tail. Though her tail isn't the worst part. The jacket and all its baubles is kind of the pain. Okay, anyways, so we have that. This goes over and at least does coverage. Well, she's not exactly flat. You can say that at least. As for jacket. Jacket goes... Wait. I'm saying wait because either this is just a strip put on it or it's a separator. What do you say over here? This says that it's a separator, or it's separate. This is the one that's slightly ambiguous. It says that it's not connected at all. So that, like, this is actually part of the unitard. Let's see. So, given the back here and how we're having it folded and looking like it's on top, it looks like this is not a full jacket. And that's the sort of information I'm looking for. I'm going to put another layer down here and saying jacket back. You know, it'd be really nice if I did pre-planning for this, but I can only look so much and then go, I'll save it for stream. So, jacket ends back here, right above her butt. Yeah, right above her butt. And then it continues to the front, and then it's off her arms. So... jacket basically exists floating in this area. We have it do the whole sort of off arms thing, which is cute, and also will make me experience pain as I try to get these patterns in here. Such is life. Okay, so easily enough, these are separated onto the arms. I might have to have a bit of extra material on the back that I mask in order to have the arms lift and this all go up so that, like, the back expands, but it isn't, like, floating out here. I'm going to actually put a note. Make back jacket bigger mask inside so arms can... Thank you, A-Sprite. Go up. Okay, so we have that. Now, where is the skirt coming to? Because it does look like that... I really do think this is an earlier design, or at least what somebody's interpretation of the design is. Both are valid. So this one says the skirt is attached to the unitard, which, I mean, I've seen before. It's, I'm trying to think of the dancers who wear this sort of thing. Given on this just says it goes up. This says it goes like it holds onto the hips. This also has a bit of what this is, but it's flatter. This looks like it's coming out more. So I'll go with this interpretation that it goes out more and just connects down here. So let's get sneaky and go with this gray here. So this comes down and holds onto the hips. Like, more like this one. And then, off of that, we have it jut out. Yeah, this works. We have it give us the entire skirt bit right here. So that goes up. That goes up. I don't think we need a back of it because she's wearing shorts. Well, they're kind of skin-tight shorts, aren't they? Yeah, we'll need to have a little in the back if the thighs come apart, which they probably will, because as I said, I want this to be a possible pose in this. And I'm hating myself for wanting to be a possible pose, but I want to do this right. And also, we have the sleeves come down to here. I'm just going to use another green for this. That's not really going to be a problem. It's standard sleeves. I've done sleeves. Now then, I need to figure out my keyframes for how this is going to go. Because I think I have everything figured out for layers of the costume. This is going to be its own thing that floats around. This is going to be its own physics thing. This is going to be its own thing. And we're probably going to split this up to have actual, like, skirt and hem physics. I'm going to put a little red line here so that it can wiggle a lot more without disturbing the rest. I kind of do that already, and I could probably still do it in one layer, but just for sanity's sake, and also because it is technically separated. How it is, I'm trying to divine that mystery. As for leggings and the thigh highs, I mean, that's pretty much going to be attached to the body, so I don't have to worry about that too much. Wings, they're just going to float behind. This is the one thing that I'm confused on. So we have these. But where does this go? Where does this piece go? So it isn't here. Is it like just floating behind her? In which case, why did she like show it here? I am much confused. But I can only work with what I can see. So this, I'll have to reference a lot to see how to have that. Those are garters. Just saying. Okay, and then that's simple enough. That just floats above everything. I might as well put it on here, though. Let's have it be purple. There's no real rhyme or reason on the colorings. It's just that they're there to show that I want these to be different layers. And then showing some stuff cuttings and going behind stuff. And what I mean by masking on this, I mean I'm just going to have a rectangle of... This one probably shows it the most. A rectangle of the back of the jacket, which I'm going to have this sort of lining on it. I know this one doesn't have it because it's like just the top part, and this got merged into this and it became sort of skirt. But this will be going all the way down and floating back here. So I want to have that. So like when it sways or whatever, you can see the inside of it. And also when the arms raise, I'm going to have it go up. So when I say masking, I'm going to have like all this. And then I'm going to have what is effectively the edge of the outfit. And I can like raise that or lower that or whatever. And just change the masking so that this area, I don't have to redo the pattern with every single frame. Which might look better. And I might default to doing it, but I'm not doing it right now. Anyways. So, I think I have all that figured out. The legs are not going to be a problem. Hair, not going to be a problem. These little things are... Unless they actually move, which I will not be able to get from a still image. Like flex or whatever. I'm going to have them. They're going to like bob up or down like 3 pixels. Call it a day. The eyes are going to be somewhat interesting to work on. There's a lot of detail in them. I don't know if I'm going to get this in here, though. She has very big eyes, so I can work on that a lot. Very expressive face. By that I mean very smug face and very cat. Doesn't have it over here. Nope, actually doesn't have it in here. Texas. Kid. I don't remember the other two because I mean, that screams Texas, that screams pirate and kid. I forgot what the other two are. I apologize. I am not sponsored, so I did not put them down on a piece of paper next to me. Okay. Not going to have the mascots. Unless I had the thought I could have her holding them, because that is a standard toggle. Let's get to that pain later if I feel like it. Anyways. So, as for standard Chuba, we have the A-frame. The A-pose. So, I'm going to go off of this as baseline. But I want to have it go... As she basically floats, I can do whatever the heck I want and not care about any sort of position is. So I think I want to have like a very big legs out, hands up position, like this one right here. I'm going to keep pointing to it until I get it into my brain. So we're probably going to have like 3 sets of arms. And I'm going to try tweening between them, like midway. I'm just going to change one arm to the other. And they're all going to be on the same rotational point. So, okay, going to have that. Now, as for things... She is set up to be somewhat of a bratty type character. Mesogaki? Yeah, I think that's the proper one. Kusagaki, possibly. Kusagaki is probably the proper one. Mesogaki is the tease you. She's the one who steals your car and crashes it. Literally an anti-ASMR she put up. So... I have 3 main choices I could think of. Basic leans, where, you know, A, and, you know, arms like that. A, where the main body turns over and goes like that. Or the one I always love, but I never quite get right, where the hips swing effectively. I mean, this looks exactly like this, and it needs actual hips in there. The difference between this one and this one. So you have head here. You have shoulders here. And it's basically the main one didn't change. All the motion was this. A. And this one. The hips swing out. So this goes this way. And head goes this way. Then you still get the A. Which one we... And this is just a pure, simple, dumb rotate, which I don't quite like, but I will do if a paycheck is held to my head. Okay, anything else I could think of on that, which... Put up with this might be so much pain, but I think if I have the swivel, like the shoulders properly swivel like this, the arms going up won't be too weird. And I mean, I put the legs together because that's the standard pose to have it. It'd be more like, you know, A. Anyways. Which one screams annoying little sister more? This screams sassy. I think this one's the one to go with. So, to work with proper leans, I'm going to need to separate the middle of this a little more. Not the ones that float on top, but this part will have to be cut a little bit and possibly be segmented into 3 parts so that I could properly have the pixels fan out when it goes over. Because either I'm going to have to do a basic turn which doesn't look the best, and that's more like this. There will be a bit of like tilting on it and counter tilting for the head. But what would be a better one is having it like pixel out a little bit. So we have these go like this. And kind of sucks. And I have 32 pixels to work with in a standard head size. And with the width of this, it's probably going to be like 20. Oh no, I'm going on 64. So I have a lot to work with. Might be best just to have these be sliding, but then the issue is like I get big giant gaps like that, and that's not good because like the edge shading isn't going to be here and all that. So I might have to do a fan out of these and like figure out something. So like this entire section might be like 5 different sections, and each one of them gets me 1 pixel of lean. And while there would be probably a little bit of tilting, I think making it look like the front comes out first and the rest of it follows will work better. Legs, I don't think I'll need to do too much besides possibly have the straight up and down ones and the, like, at a tilt ones, like the extreme, like right here. And just in the middle, I switch them as it, like, actually rotates to try to save some sanity. It'll look better at, like, statics. So I think that's the battle plan. I'm going to have this little lean. I'm going to have the arms go way up, which is going to force me to make 3 sets of arms, like a 45 degree... Actually, what are you going at? I can't see your arms. Oh wait, I can see your fingers. Okay. Are those your fingers? Has to be. Okay, so like, this is relatively big. Is it a 6? I can pick out my numbers early and that'll be fine. Of course. You know what? It's like I've done this before. Whoops. It's like I'd done this before. I went to draw something else. I don't know what. Okay, there we go. So this is actually a little shallow, so it's not a 6. I think possibly 10. I'm picking even numbers because of bias. Oh no, actually that's shallow. That's more shallow. Is it just a plain 4? I don't know off the top of my head what these degrees actually are. That'd probably be something I want to memorize. Yeah, maybe. So we have a 4 going down, and then probably just a 1 in the middle, and then for my most extreme one, just a 2's going up, which is literally just, you know, rotate it like this, which means I could probably reuse this. The only real problem is going to be having, well, I could just actually move the jacket up, and that might be cute, and like have it flare out a bit more. And get a, I'd have to actually have a bit of armpit in there, but I mean, like, it's only a bonus in this day and age. Okay, I think I have enough to work with. Paint. But what is it? Suffer through your art? So 64, I'm going to give her the standard 5 across. Add 64... 6, give me some room at top and bottom to work with. So this is a tiny canvas compared to what I usually work with. So let's turn on that grid. Move you all the way over here. And get a rough it. Let's drop that in. Okay, saying that... Okay, the eyelashes are lighter. Are they just more desaturated than the highest, than the lightest pink? I mean, like, not the highlight, but the lightest pink. I'll burn that bird right across it. So going off of this is half the head. Say that the top of the head's a little higher and just floofier. I mean, she is 90% hair. Also, let me bring this over. This will be very useful for me. So, going to extend this up a bit. And going to say that her cheek goes... I want 3s. Well, I'll do the proper thing before, but... Very low cheek. Keep it cute. I mean, we can obviously see very low rise on that. Very round. Possibly a little too round. Let's make you a circle again. Wait. Oh, 9 degrees. Okay, that's right. Possibly a little bit more. There we go. Something of that nature. Her neck. Short. Rare, not long neck VTuber. Okay, let's keep this about here. And I get into proportion. Hell, I can work on a 5 proportion quite easily, though this is going to be a little different. So probably going to actually have to cut this in a little bit. So right about here. We'll say right about here. Any amount of curve on that? Whoops. Basically any hips. Can't tell because they're all covered. Though her thighs are... She has thighs, so I will say that she has at least some amount of hip. As a treat. So something like that. Okay. So as I was saying before, she has thighs, so this is going to taper down. And this is going to be... right about there. Nope. No, literally go to the line script. And then down to here. Okay, get proper sizes. Set thighs. How stick do they become? They become stick rather quick. Boop, boop, boop. Now, this is an interesting thing. So, the knees are here, and that's exaggerated by the pads there. So that's probably them. So she's very pigeon-toed to not pigeon-toed. I will try to replicate that in some way. So we have the calves coming out here, and then quickly coming back in. And then we have her shoes, which I will butcher later. This is just to say she has shoes. And I think one of the things I want to have is when she's floating is that she very much has feet down. Like it goes from up to toes pointing down completely, and I might just do that by slicing this up a bit. Like effectively, what I had on the old Tenma, the Chainsaw Clown Tenma Zombie Clown Tenma model was that I had it sliced like 3 times across so that she could push up and be on tippy toes. I'm just going to make that more extreme. And when she switches to flight mode, she lifts up like 5 pixels, lifts up a couple pixels, and then those are just hanging. Okay, and just to make this be a nicer curve, like that. Probably kill the shoulders a little bit more. Enough to say girl. Okay. And then, as I said, we're doing on 4s, but I don't have 4s right now, so what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. Over here, and that's about... yeah, that's 2s. Right down here. And hands come out. Now, for some parts. Okay, let's use a different color. Let's use purple. The next part of this is going to be the jacket, because the jacket is a very defining part about this to me. And that's going to come off like right about here. Actually, this would be the other kind of S. Comes up, comes down, hangs. Whole stylish jacket thing. Drop it down here. Goes around and is down there as well. So this, like, you have the sleeves come off it. I'm going to actually put that in another color just so I can differentiate. I might have this be a little... okay, I overemphasized these. Let me back up. I like my big puffy jacket. Sue me. That might actually just be enough. Let's just have it go like this. And then you have... how puffy? Yes. This come down and basically be like that. And then behind it, we have this. The part I said I'm going to mask. Hey, so you know Achi is actually doing nurse stuff right now. Or at least hospital stuff. And she has mentioned that she wanted to have a lab coat and, like, you know, military nurse type costume. What do you think next week is? Want to know what's worse than that? I have President's Day off. What do you think President's Day I can do with President's Day? I have no reason, yet I make myself suffer. Well, it goes down a little bit, so let's say about here would be nice. And all this can be part of the masking. What's worse, there might be a surprise next Sunday. We'll see. There won't be a surprise tomorrow. Well, maybe. I'll have to think on that. It all depends. Okay. I have that. Now for the frills, which actually go further out than the jacket. I think they'd probably... Well, they don't go completely out. So they have to fit within here. Oh no, the person who does 7-day roguelikes is planning to destroy all rest and relaxation on weekend. For 2 weekends. And then some. Also, a 7-day roguelike is coming up in March. So, groin here, so it's down about halfway down her thighs. I mean, there's a lot of room for that in this thing. So, like about here is where I would say that they are. The hands have to go over that. Yeah, the hands go over that. I'll figure out the ruffles later. But that basically becomes ruffle material. As I said before, it comes off of hips. So like this, I think would be a good way to cover it. Maybe a bit more. I might be a bit shy on doing that. Be bold, Scrib, be bold. How much do we want to put on here? Okay, you know what? Be bold. We could say that it goes out here. Like this. And possibly put another one down here. Have that go up. That works out. Okay. The head's actually a little big for my taste, but I know it's going to be mostly hair. Actually, let's thin it a little bit. Something like that. We got ourselves a 6 head. But yes! President's Day. Put it on your calendar. Same time, same place. Oh, what I do for terrible jokes. That nobody cares about, but I do. No, no. I'm burying the lead. I am burying the lead on that one. It's Miki. It's President Miki. I'll just do it. Me. Does she still have the entire thing up? Full-time President Idol, yes. Actually, that's not her new one. Can I grab it? She probably has it in media. This thing. Mark your calendars. It is a dumb joke, but I'll do it. Gives me excuses to @ more VTubers. The terrible, terrible creature I am. Okay. So, let's get on to hair. Let's pick this one, because I won't be using that for the actual hair. Okay. This I can get more correct, which is amazing. I can basically go off silhouette. So we're going to have this come down here. We're going to have a side lock. That is a side lock, isn't it? Wait. What are you? You're not a side lock if this... She doesn't have long side locks. Oh no. I mean, she has them. They aren't this long. I'm guessing that's back strand then. Okay. She likes Kankulei's Shimikaze and also Azure Lane's Shimikaze, so probably has a little bit. Why I mention that is that Shimikaze has a very unique back of head, where it is basically the two biggest strands you could think of for her hair. So possibly carrying a bit of that. It also makes it more floaty and all that, but anyways, back to this. And she has twin tails, as of course. Well, actually, I think these are more in the pigtails category. How far out do you go? About far out as these things, so... Actually, where do you join in? End of head is about here, because you can see some of the some of the side locks coming down. So about middle. Just going to be putting that in there right now. Then you have her hair ornament, which comes out like this. And the rest of her head, which I've already put this in here as you know, like shorthand. This is going to be covered up by hair. And turn this off for a second. How big is it? Okay, we have ourselves a check mark. We have a very thin little thing here. And then this. How big? Quarter of head. So half, about this big. So right about up here. So very thin, very thin. Something like that. There we go. And as, one second, let me actually pop this up. Where are you? Profile. I have it. There we go. So she did the standard, you know, age-old costume. What is my silhouette? Please guess. And this is what I did off of it. I mean, she looks very Sky-like, and like I thought those were horns, and maybe either these were some sort of like, you know, ear muffs or whatever. I mean, it's cold up there. That's why I put a little, you know, that on there. Also, I was very much referencing one of the photos. But, yeah, the end result is very different. Because these aren't side locks. And these are kind of what I was going with. These are more back of head, though kind of has it. This isn't a side lock. There's side locks end here. So this is just poofy hair everywhere. Alright, anyways, back to this. Yeah, it's wisps of the back of the hair. Well, I keep saying back hair. That sounds strange, but it's what it is. It's the hair and the back layer. And then we go down here, and then everything starts kind of... God, I'm just going to do this behind here. Everything back here. So, this goes all the way to her knees. The main part of it is like this oops, I turned this off. This massive thing. I could just do this and call it a day. So, once we have that, move on over. We can cut into that a little bit, and you know, we have the hair strands that come down off that. And then we have the even more poofiness. Skyler is 90% hair. Comes down. What's your angle? That's almost a 1 exactly. And that's starting at chest level. So right about here. This comes down as 1s. And then does a quicker turn than what I'm doing. So, like, go further down, like so. Go in. And this tapers in down there. So coming up like this. And then we get another strand to fill this gap. Like so. And then we have a little more going on. So another strand. So one second. This needs to cut in a little bit because you get the edge of the jacket. Oops. Jacket here. So let's cut in. Oops. Right about here. Yeah, that's the ticket. So we have this come up like so. And then we have that little... Where do you join in? You join in right above that. So then we have a little bit of back here that does something like this. I'll reference it later. This is just to get the rough idea in place and get some things figured out so I don't sit here and whine and complain for 2 hours about what am I doing. It'll still happen, but I can dream. So anyways, this comes out, merges in. I don't think that's part of that one. But we have this come in like right about here. And then we have this other one. Like so. And I think that takes care of all the gaps back there. And I just have to probably put a lot of, like I've done over here, this going on in there. And this is a little strange. I ended up merging it with that one. It could probably curl in and just sit there. But either way. Ba, ba, ba. Okay. Anything else to think of on here? Well, there's the wings in the room. Let's choose you, dark gray. Yeah, you work. Now, those... Okay, flats go from about her butt to her mid-head. How far do they float off? This could just... Well, they could... This says that they tilt. So that's good information. The fact that these are tilting like this way and not the other way says they aren't put up off her feet, but more off her back. I say attachment like it means anything, but if these were off her feet, they'd be tilted this way. So they'd be more linked to her feet movement. But there's something else that says their movement and they're attached back here. From a rotational standpoint. So these are tilted normally. Yep. So okay, those ones are always going to be sort of tilted possibly. But they can go up. I think I'll probably have them linked to how I have the arms move. I guess I didn't preheat the house enough. But anyways, how far do they go off? Well, this is at an angle, so scooch this over. Possibly why she didn't have it with a silhouette, would that it would be like literally you don't get anything. So let's say like right about here. So it goes down to about her butt and it comes out like this. This was shown to be a hard 45-degree angle, so I can just go in at a 1 part. And out here, fill that in so that I can cut off the last bit. How much of that is it leaving room for the flight controls? Is that what they're called? No, the flaps, the elevators? I don't know. I am not a jet person. Also not a boat person. I am a blob. Okay, so go up like that, and then we go a little bit on this. Maybe a bit more curvage. Something like that. Okay, and then for the lower ones, where do you float? This says bottom of knee. Yeah, these are bottom of knees. Is where it tilts in. You don't see it on here. Yeah, you see it on here. So down here, these are tilted. But they are roughly in line with this. Whoops, that's one over. So down here, way down here, bottom of knee, we have these coming out at a 45-degree angle, and I think that they're similar. They don't have enough flat on it. They just kind of curve out. And they are roughly a quarter of the size of it, though just think at the halves. So, like right about here. That's 2 up, so something like... Actually, I could just go... I could cheat. I do that. I do this. And then I curve those up. Actually, it's probably a little much. Something like that. And I think that's the proper way to set up her wings. As I said, I think I'll have them move. I might have them move a bit. I will definitely have them extend out, and with the hair moving and all that physics, you should be able to see the tail fins. Okay. Wow. The drawer is up. Okay. I've been at this for an hour, so I'm going to take a quick break. I will be right back. I spent too much time on this. So you're going to have to see it some more. Be right back. All right. Bop. Bop. Okay. So this is about the rough. Don't need to worry about anything in there. Shoulders, I think I want to adjust slightly. Curve them. There we go. Roughly going to be like that. Neck, I really want to take that out. At the end of the day, cute. So, very round head, very big head compared to most of the stuff I work on. Very small. Terribly small. I think I'll probably put that as a dark blue. Nope, that's what I'm using for that. Can I use this? I can use this. So, I probably will have a jacket off toggle, because I might as well. I could bake it in there and save me a good hour of time. That would be the smart thing to do. When have I ever done the smart thing? I mean, look what I have planned for next week. Okay. Skin color, she's probably going to be pretty... Yeah, that's verging on just being white. Like pure straight up. What is it? FFFF? Yeah. Okay. I'm just doing one more look over. This I'll figure out. I didn't put it in there. This basically correct. I think we have a bit of a dip. No, we don't have... Well, maybe. I think there's a dip if we full screen it. Well, actually. There we go. It's a bit of a dip, so this is slightly off-center. Very important information. I think it's off-center enough. I'll work on it when I get there. Alright. Let's begin. So, head. Going to take this. As I said, she is rather pale, so let's bring this up to 85. Let's drop this to 65. That is too much still. 90. If I drop this to 40, will I like it? No, that is the mid-tone, basically. 95. There we go. She's basically a ghost. Okay. And as I said, she is rather round in the face. Okay. Whoop-a-ba. I could probably just go up to here and call it a day. There we go. Basic face in there. Going to drop in the outline while I'm here. Inline, my best friend. Okay, make a neck. Might have to bring down the shoulders a little bit more. Basic proportion says about 3 down. Given she's basically at half that, that's like a 1/6. I'm just going to, yeah, there we go. Okay, so put you in head group. You in body group, because of the weird way I rig everything. Mostly layer. The neck has to be behind the body. It's the strangest thing. Okay, let's drop this down like a 5. And make a tiny little neck. By tiny, I mean I have to give myself a lot of neck to work with. Okay, we select that. We drop this by 10. We inline it. And let's drop this 5 more. that could stay the same. Maybe a little much. Either way. She has a choker on there, which, well, that's actually the back. That's the back, making sure it's on. It stays connected. That is a very dark blue. My palette says right about here. More saturated. Okay, let's saturate that up a little bit. 50. Actually, let's do it while I'm over here. A little lighter. Squinting. I think I'm about on that. I could compare it more to this. That's a little more blue. This is a little too navy. Let's bump this over to 230. I say as I keep going back here. A little duller, but I think it'll work. Why I don't color pick is, one, because of want to get the practice of this in, and two, due to working in pixels, I have to do a lot of weird things, and I don't have any way to do a proper gradient, so I try to keep it in a limited range of stuff. If I could, I would stick these on like 16-bit color schemes. Like RGB would only bump up or down by 16. And that would get me more of like the sprite colors you would expect from a video game. Also AutoCAD colors. Can I find it? AutoCAD color index. AutoCAD uses index colors. And yeah, it goes up in like up in 16s across there. So it's not the best palette, but it gets pretty much everything, and a lot of old video game systems would use this too. Not as bad as like 8-bit systems. I forget how in depth the Master System gets, but yeah, AutoCAD colors. It is what your streets are drawn in someone's database. Also your electrical. And telecommunications. Unless it's Esri. Then they have their own problems. Okay. Okay, now the upper torso. Also, I'm just going to say this. Since this is a navy plane, like we had it before, this is a navy plane, I wanted for the underlayer to just be a swimsuit. A navy, you know, schoolgirl swimsuit. One piece. I can't do that. I can't do that joke. I'm not even sure if I could do the proper joke I was going to have, where I just, like, you know, make it be, like, strapless. Because this goes down a lot. I don't know what I'm going to do for my censorship. I mean, Band-Aids is always a choice. But I wanted it to be cute. And not Band-Aids. Upper body. So this is going to clip right about here, and then I have to start figuring out how I'm going to have everything move across. But since I'm not going to be doing it in as a nude layer, like, well, maybe I should actually properly have the skin. Oh god, no, I have to have the skin on there. Because there's a lot of back to the, there's not a lot of back, there's a lot of side to this. Like, if I had to make a guess, it joins like right about down here at her waist. Oh, Skyler, why you do this? Okay. So, upper body. We're going to have it be like right here. Actually, right here. Go up. And then we have it cover the That has to be on top. Okay, one second. This will be linked down to the neck on tilting. That's going to give me problem. Well, no, it isn't, because this is the darkest color. I'm not going to have that a lot. Okay. Ba, 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 ba. So, as I said, we're going to have it go like this. She very much emphasizes shoulders on this, so I might have to have shoulders. Yeah, like over here too. So the shoulders might pop up a little bit more than I usually have it. But that'll be fine because it gives me more room to have her go and do that. Okay, as I said before... Well, I don't need to put it on that part. Okay, go up here. Scapula, or whatever you want to call the shoulder blades back there. That's a good reference for where I want to have this go. Drop that in. Joker goes on top. Neck won't move too much. It will rotate. I think I have to turn off a pixel of this. Boop, boop. Possibly I will, yeah. Thinks, whoop, no, wrong layer. Mistakes were made. Okay, so, yeah, I think we're going to have this go down a little bit more. Because otherwise the choker doesn't stand out as much as it does on here. And then from here on, that's where the slope's going to be. And then like the shoulders are going to pop up a little bit. And here is where I get to pain. So I have to segment this. First off, let's put this on here. And then select only this and go whoop. And then I have to put segment, waist segment 1. Which is going to be, I'm going to do this in red. I'm going to switch to block type. Do like this. Yeah. 5 pixels feels good. So I have to cover up at least 1 pixel of this. And going across. Okay, then we get this. We select this. And we go down. Now, what's going to suck is I'm going to have masks on this. But we'll get to that in a minute. So waist segment 1. Waist segment 2. Once again, make this a 5. And we have to have this start going out right away. Okay. The middle isn't going to matter as much. It's the edges that are going to kill me. But it is what it is. Now let's go like this. And then we have waist segment 3. We're going to repeat this maybe one more time after this. I think this one's going to be a 4 for a little more fine-tune because we have to hip out or get to the hips rather quick. But this will allow us to do the A. Waist segment 4. So this one will now be another 4. Actually 3, because we're going to be joining up to where like it doesn't do anything anymore, and this is only going to move over 1 pixel, so I think that's fine. It's just I need to have something that overlaps. Okay, so we do that. Bop, bop. That should work. Heck, I'm even going to properly have this go like that. In fact, for all of these, I'm going to have the bottom be like so. It's not like I'm going to have to put like a belly button on this one because it doesn't have a bare rift like that. But okay. Those overlap. Sorry, I'm thinking for a second. I think I may not have to mask, because all I have to do is just like, if it gets too far, I just have to pull stuff over like 1 pixel for some of them. But we'll see. If they're only moving 1 pixel at a time, it should be fine. And I can like stretch over to show that this is moving more, and these can only like move when needed. So, like this moves over a pixel. This moves over a pixel. This I can pull in a pixel. This I can pull... I don't want to do it on a per pixel basis, but oh... I haven't shot myself in the foot, but... like that moves over... Let's turn this off for a second. This can move over on 1. And then it moves over again, and then I can just stretch across the middle and pixel perfect it. And then possibly at the end, like, move these all over 1 chunk at a time. Actually, let's just think for a second, because this is a very important feature I want to do, because it's going to make or break this. Saves don't show up. I'm going to make a quick save of this. Storage. Model. Okay, I mean... don't hit escape script. That exits you out of it. Storage. Model. New folder. Skyler 4 pixel model. Hey Sprite, are you happy? Okay, you're happy. Pixel model. And I hit a save. Okay, there we go. And yeah, so sorry for delay, but yes. I guess Band-Aids are cute, but I wanted something that was a little less... I could show it on stream without it being too suspect. Anyways. So, what to do. Because I don't want to do one pixel lines across, because I think that will cause issues. As I said, overlap is very much needed for this. Well, I think I'll figure it out, and if I have to tilt stuff, like on the back as it turns, I think that'll be fine. Like, literally, like, it'll be bigger, but, like, you know, tilted like that. So it just does a proper half pixel. That'll be fine. Okay, I can live with it. I hate everything about it, but I can live with it. Okay. Lower torso. Alright, so once again, overlap by a pixel, because Live 2D is a strange and wondrous beast. Oh, it would also help if I have this mirrored. Okay, so this is a 3, this is a 3, this is a 3, this is a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is, I'll even go to 6 for that. And then we get to here, which we'll actually be seeing. You know, this is... But not having a skirt and having shorts, you kind of see crotch. I was trying to think I'm going to run with that. Okay. 2, 2... Actually, I think that has to be more. Let me get my line out. My favorite tool that I've discovered. You are always there, my friend. Da, 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 da. Okay. Of course it is. So we have a pixel overlap. And then we just outline this and call it a day. That said, actually no, it should be even more fine if I have like the top one, so this can move over a bit. Actually, I had a thought if I put a one on here, but then it's going to be uneven. It's not like this is going one down, because then it will be like, you know, I'm worried about pixels. I say this every week. I'm going to sit here and be worried about pixels for 6 hours, and it always comes true. Anyways, let me fix some things to avoid demonetization. Demonetization. I'm not even monetized. Channel ban avoidance. Bottom. There we go. Actually, I was going to give her enough to say they're there. So, let's get up here. Oh, where would this be at this size? This has to be on over upper torso, so we put this here. Chest. I don't need to divide them into left chest and right chest. I find out I put that down there, but I don't do anything about it. Actually, this has to be above those other ones, too. It's barely there, but it's there. And I want to respect that. Okay, so like right about here. Red for apple. Okay. I think that's good enough. Yeah, that might be a little much. Because it comes down like this, so I think it'll be fine. Let me erase that, bring this up one. Okay. Now that we have this, we can go along with the joke. It'll also help keeping me from okay. Top, no YouTube ban. Okay, there we go. So, onto legs. Which we will put into our own group. I can actually expand this again. So, minimize that. I'll need to fix this up in a second, but it'll have to remain like that. Left leg down. So as I said before, I'm going to have at least two ways of legs. One is going to be the basic up-down one, and then the other is going to be out so that it looks more natural when like out here. And I'm going to have them like switch over on a rotate. So first off, go down to your knees. Okay, I'm going to have this go like this. Now, do I want to have anything that will go up and down? Like, do I want to segment the knees so I can push them up or push a pixel or two out of here, which would really be like, honestly, it's supposed to be tilting this. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll have like a 2 pixel tilt of the leg, of the bottom legs, for when she's standing. Okay, let me get proper sizing on this. So let me get out my favorite tool, the line. Okay, I think this needs to be like right about here. Okay, you are... I just need to make sure everything's correct. 6. That's 4. Okay, you need to be like one more. Okay, so you're 5, you're 6. We need to give you either one more or start shortening up there. I think we give this one more. That was 2 more. You are 3. We give you one more. And we make you same. We give you one more. Effectively, I'm just kind of eyeballing this so that these are following a descending... how should we put it? They're curving... Okay, since we're looking at this as pixels, we don't actually have a curve going on because we have, well, we have edges. The only way to see that a curve is going on as far as our brain goes with is that this is larger, this is slightly smaller, this is slightly smaller than that. And it's a gradual, non-jaggy, like going from 5 to 4 to, or 5 to 3 to 4 to 2 or anything like that. It is curved. That's the only word I can put on it. The curve works because the curve works. So anyways, we need to bring these down a bit more. So we're working on a 3 here. That's a 3. I'm going to put a 3 here, and then I'm going to move to some 2s before we get back into another 3, and then move into 2s. Actually, no, I think 3 is going to be the terminal one. Yeah. Okay, and then we slash this across and go up like this. Okay, so legs. And as I said, I think I'm going to go with 2 bottom legs. One that is just normal, one that is like contracting up so that I get like 2 pixels of this like moving up, which means I have to move the body down too, but for sake of sanity, they will stay at the same... Oop, that's the wrong color. Oh, that's why. Okay. Whoop. Left leg down, full extension. Okay, and as I said before, we have to duplicate one pixel up because Live 2D is strange and wondrous. Okay. Here's where it gets interesting. So I think I'm going to do this widthwise. Whoop. So 0. We are at a width of 10. And in order to have calf, we're going to like split this up. So it's a width of 11, a width of 12, a width of 12 because we're turning in a little bit. I'm going to have this extend like about here. I'll figure out the thing here later. And then this goes down to here, and then we start shortening it. So let's divide, pull out 2 so that it shrinks even more, and then we get to this. Now let's fan this out. So these are coming in by 2. Let's make that 1, 2, and then 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we're going to start dipping in back here. So that's 2. Let's make it a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pull that up a little bit. And then make sure these are correct. So bring out my measuring stick. Flip it up and down. So this is 6. This is 8. That's 7. That's fine. That's even less. That's fine. This is more, though. So how big is this? This is 5. That is 6. So let's drag this down 1 pixel. This is 6. This is 5. This is 7. That's curving down into there. And then we get into shoe territory, which is the bane of my existence. I can't do shoes. I don't know why. Or feet in general. Okay, select that. Inline it. I might do a little something for the kneecap. I'd have a kneecap on this. But let's get to there when we have more detail. In fact, I think I actually drag this up like a couple pixels. Whoops, that's the wrong one. There we go. Drag that up a little bit too. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay, I think that's working right? So, as I said, I was going to do this. So, the best way to fake this is to drag this up and then put some shade to look like this is retreating into the background and light isn't following on it. So, I think we're going to cut this one out. And we're going to cut this one out. So this goes up. This goes up. And I was going to add half shades at a certain other point, but first let me get these to not be anything too weird because everything is still smooth. Okay, nothing's off. Those are matching, that's fine. Okay, now that I have this, I'm going to drop it by 5 saturation, or 5 saturation, 5 luminosity, because I primarily work in HSL for this, because I'm focusing on light differences and, or like, luminosity differences and not hue differences, or else I'd be doing RGB. If I was trying to do it that, I would be doing a very poor job because I don't get it as much. So those have gone in. So the knee is basically up here. So we can say this is curved, this is more flat. So like this. And that's a dip. I think this needs to be higher. Basically needs to be up here, yeah. So this is this, and then this is curving over here. And I'll be doing the same on her, whoops, on her thigh-high legging combo there. But I'm going to be modeling off this. I'm probably going to be doing a bit of copy-paste or just lining over it and adding 1 pixel to the sides in order to do that. Or I swap out the legs entirely. Either way, she gets to move down 2 pixels. Actually, let's make it 3. So this is currently the difference moved. And that will allow her to do a little bit of a dip, which I like doing because I like having the models have more inbuilt, how do you want to put it? More inbuilt movement to them. Like, the design is great, but I always think that there should be some character acting that's baked into the rigging. Because otherwise, if every model was rigged exactly the same, it'd be a bit boring. I mean, the person who runs it, who is puppeting it, will add a lot to it. We've seen it before where people swap models and you can tell they aren't the same person. And I would like to have a little bit of the model's personality built into the rigging. Like just how expressive it is, how much it moves around. Like a character that is very energetic should have a wider range. It can like move like left and right. A character that's more subdued shouldn't have the sassy hips. That's my thoughts. Whether they're sane, they probably aren't. When are my thoughts ever sane? Actually, I could just select it and go whoop-de-doo-doo-doo-doo. Something like that. I wish I could have given her a one piece. I'm sad. Okay. Anyway, on to feet. Because they're always in vogue. So we have ankles. Cover over 1 pixel. These are directly on, aren't they? These are basically directly on and probably on Actually, well, her ankles are there. What are her shoes? Cat ears. At least they aren't going to be too hard to draw. Because they are just... Thank you for that. They are very simple, and I can just reuse this idea. We get a little bit of this at the bottom. Actually, shouldn't it be 3 dots here? Because they're cat paws? Anyways. So they're pretty much straight up and down. I'm even going to have them go out just a little bit. This actually should probably make this side have more pronounced ankle on it. Okay. Vroom. And then we have the toes. And then we begin the horrific process of how do toes? How make feet look decent? Actually, before I get into that, measuring stick. That is a 5. That is a 4. We are good to go. Okay, and we have this here. I'm not even sure if I have enough room to properly put toes on this. But as with all pixel art, as long as you make it feel like you've done it, you've done it. So probably over here, put this in here, there. Not the right amount, but correct. Maybe actually just have this come up here. And then we grab the... Oh. I don't have that color anywhere else. There we go. Oh, I didn't put it in its own layer. That's why. Okay. Feet. There we go. I wanted this because then I can do like this. Add enough implied detail and you get detail. The human brain is a thing that lies to you on a constant basis. Oh yeah, because they're so far up. That's fine. I mean, we're looking at pixels. We're looking at an image going at 60 frames per second, like my model, and saying that it's animated. It is not. Hands are just the feet of the legs. Unironically. Also, speaking of model, as I want to stretch for a second. The helmet is slightly based off of the, Skull Pilot in Pearl Jam's Do the Evolution. I didn't make the face mask match up, but I thought it'd be funny to go off that. Other than that, there is a bit of other things going on in this. So every time I hit B, the blue side flickers on because that is what I use for pens. And every time I click, the red side triggers on and off. Other than that, the little targeting retinal is actually based on my mouse. It's so stupid to add it to my models because I should take absolutely no time on them, but I did. Just like I took an inordinate amount of time to animate the starting screen. Which if, I'm going to bring it up. I just want to take a small break. Which I will add, if you look, Skyler I did put in there, as well as a scrib flying in on a very small bi-wing. Which, I was going to add more frames of animation to those props, but I did not. Also, the checkboard, yep, there it is. The checkboard slightly moves around, is actually the most detailed thing, because I put a highlight on it. Skyler is too small for me to actually put any shading on there. And the Red Baron scrib, I guess you put it. It is a red biplane. I just didn't do it. Other than that, it is like 3 or 4 minutes long. I forget, but I just have them come in like every 40 seconds or so. Skyler's is like 10 frames going across the screen. Scribs is like 40. Anyways. Okay, that's enough stretching. Okay, we got feet. I mean, she's tiny, but does that mean tiny feet? I don't have enough feet bros to tell me. Cheat to win. Okay. Oh yeah, I have to dice these up too. Okay. I might as well do that while I'm here. So what I mean by that is that I'm going to like slice it up 5 times, kind of like what I did for this segmentation, but it's going to have more overlaps so that they can move up and down more. I will also use it as the modeling for the actual boots that are going to be going on her. So, feet base. This part up here is not going to extend any. So, up here, oops, wrong button. Here and up is fine. So I'm going to cut them out, or cut that out. Call it feet base, put it in there. I said I'm going to do like 5. So how much do I have to work with? I have... Yeah, I can tell by in the bottom left, it has a... It's like in this area. If you hover over a selected area, it will tell you the width. So this is 36 across and 9 up. I don't think I get 5s. Maybe if I take another pixel from up here and steal it. Oops. I could do it every 2, which technically means this has to extend up 1. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. This is no longer an ankle. This is more like back of foot, but that's fine. I don't think anybody's going to be too offended. I say as everybody then gets offended. Foot segment left, foot segment 1. Just remember, I have to dice these up. And I think I had a thought. I might have to actually do more. Anyways, I'll live. Let's fight that when I get there. If I have to do a redrawing of some things in order to continue my plans, I'll do them. This one I don't like. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to push this down one so that I have this area that I can double up on. Silly, but once again, weird live 2D things. Left foot segment 2. Put that in there. And then extend this one. Actually, it should be 1 pixel up and down. No, I think 1 pixel up should be enough. Okay. Got this, and then 2 more here. And since this one moves out, yeah, that's fine. Left foot segment 3. And then we just take this, we extend it up 1. Bop. Yeah, I'm still fine here. Okay. Cut that. Left foot segment 4, and the toes will be the final one, so they could just remain as is. I just have to extend a pixel up so that live 2D does not give me horrific lines. And I lie, it will always give me horrific lines, but I try to mitigate it. And this is how I mitigate it. Left foot segment 5. So when she's standing, I can have her go up up to 5 pixels, and when she's floating, those will always be down. I think that'll work out fine. Okay, just gotta... Does that overlap? That overlaps. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. So let's get her secondary ones. I'm going to put pants on her. Let's get her uniform on. Okay, so lower torso unitard, I think. Let me look up the spelling. Yeah, it is what it is. Okay. Okay, and I think I could just go with my favorite... Oh, nope, it's actually the same as her choker, so I'm going to steal that color and then put it on here. So first off... I'm going to turn off the thighs, and I'm going to make this one larger, because that's usually how I do a clothing layer. Yes, it might be skin tight, but Live 2D does not care about your feelings or how an outfit should look. It is a monster that destroys all your hopes and dreams. I should probably stop the segments, because all I want to do is just... when I work on legs, not go like, this is a bit something. Oh, wait. Okay, where we are. Layer... No, I did have it. I was just on the long layer. Okay, there we go. Delete that. That could be 1 pixel over because I'll probably toggle that off as a thing. It exists just for this. Okay, let me turn off rough so I can actually see stuff. Okay, these are the segments I want to turn off. Because I have to... Ooh, wait, what was going on there? Okay, turn that off. Ah, that's why. Okay, anyways, turn that off. Get back to this. Okay. Boop. Let's get to a darker shade. $25 and $40 for set. Well, illumination, saturation. I had those. So this one is going to probably go further out than I would on skin, because these are short, so there needs to be wrinkles. I'll probably put that on the other layer. So this would be fine. And then I'll leave it at that. Now they just kind of look like bloomers. Okay. Actually, I'm going to get up. I need to get a little water. I mean, a little something else. Not about to order food yet, but I'm thinking on it. Or putting something together. We'll see. Be right back. The realization that you ate all your snacks and you have nothing that you can eat in like a minute. Oh well. At noon I'll probably order something, take a quick break, because I'm going to probably do this for the long haul. I want this to be a really good fan model. Also, while I'm here, whoop. Okay, what was I moving on to? Ah, yes, the second set of legs. So I should probably... excuse me, put this into a group. Leg group. Never skip leg day. So, as I was saying before, I kind of want to hit this level of legs apart. Window liquor. So right now, I have these. I'm going to go off the flat part and not the curvy part. I have these going in a straight line. Going at ones... Actually, let's just do that before we go on. Before we rule that out. So if I have this going at ones from, like, let's say right about here. Oh, that's why. There we go. Right here. If we have this going at once, does that accomplish the task? Does this look too odd going at about once? Well, it hits what I want. And it's going to be the most extent out because, as I said, like right about here, these legs will be able to go up, the knees will be able to go apart. Then right here, they'll switch over to this sort of pixeling. So I think going down on twos will work. Okay. So I'm going to use red first. However, I want to make sure that I have this being the correct size. So I am going to measure the thigh width. Okay. These are going to come down on this. I want to delete this sucker. And they are basically going to be reversing. I'm also going to set this layer to 50 so I can see what's behind it. Cancel. So I think the curve over here will be good. Because effectively, like, bones being weird, this should be fine. Then okay, how would this go? What is it in D&D? For every 2 corner moves you move, you lose 5 feet. So this would be every 4 you lose 1, I want to say. Because this is going in twos. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll do it at the end. Because otherwise it's just stretching these out and it doesn't look right. I always run into this problem. Because it, unironically, is incorrect in, like, distances. Why is that one so short? Wait, there's a problem here. Mistakes were made. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. Chop you right about there. Nope, that's still longer. Increase you. Now you're longer than that. Oh no. It's all over. Terrible. Okay. Chop that off. Chop that off. Oops. Okay, crisis averted. Now I can go back to this. Just do the full length scrib. Whoops, that's the wrong layer. Okay. Left leg out. I'm going to come back here and trim it up anyways, so. Why is this not the same color? Oh, that's why. I clicked on the color, and the color is being halved. Therefore, the color is half. Yes, the rock is wet. You can tell because the rock is wet. Okay, and where does leg down? That ends like right here. Okay, let's move you over one. Okay, now what I was saying before is I also need to match it to this side. So I'm basically flipping it out so that the widths are the same. So this is, I'm going to use blue for this. This is 11. So right there. Yep. And that goes all the way up here. Boom. There will be more adjustments made, but this is just, whoops, let's turn continuous on so I can grab that. There we go. This is one less. I could just go up like that. Fine, and then this one's one less. Okay. Now every 4 I'm going to chop one off, or chop a pixel out so that it can, so it has the illusion that it's turned and not just sheared over. So 1, 2, 3. Actually, Grib, you got a ruler. Use the ruler. You love the ruler. Okay. Whoop. Whoop. I know this seems a little overzealous, but angles are silly, so this probably isn't as bad as it actually looks. We'll know in a minute, though. All else fails, I'll just take the legs and rotate them, but let me try this. Okay, and then we proceed to push them up, and then I will fix any sort of weirdness that goes on with them. Actually, I could just do shift clicks. Yes. I'm saving a whole half a minute of my life. I mean, that would be like Sunday shopping. I thought I had some. Okay, so this is what it looks like going out, which honestly doesn't look too bad. I think I might want to smooth this out a little bit more because, like, this isn't working here for me. But yeah, I thought I had some some sausage sticks and cheese sticks, like mozzarella cheese, string cheese. So let me just do a little bit of trying to square this circle. Okay, I can actually make this be properly. There we go. And these, once again, have to follow the rule of getting smaller as they go along. So this is 15. This is not 15. I'm going to put this here, then select it, and then delete it. It's like, it was way too small. So let's chop it right here. So 15 to 13 to 11. So extend this out. And then we can join this up here like so. There we go. Now we make them the proper leg color, and Bob's your uncle. I will also have to make the shorts layer, like the actual legs of the shorts, to work with that, but that's for later. Now then, for the other legs. So these will be leg down. I'm going to make its own group. And this will be leg out. Okay. So, one cheap thing to do. I'm going to take... let's turn this off for a second. I'm going to steal the leg. Move it up here. We got the corner being weird. Does this actually work? I think maybe if I slip a few of it out, this will be fine. Let me turn the feet off for a second. I'm going to have to rename these. I think I'll just name the other ones. Okay. Feet down group. Also, technically, the legs going out could be a dip as... Sorry about that. It could be a dip as well. I mean, like, it's like several pixels. I think this works. This works better than it should be. So technically, very technically, and by very technically I mean I'm going to do it, I'm just going to pick up and move the leg over here. And the only real thing that changes is the thigh portion, and I can just reuse that. So the legs literally just slide out, which is fine by me. Now, the only other issue is how well it'll look, because technically these won't be rotating, and then they'll unrotate. Like, it'd be at this point that, like, these just slide like going like this. Maybe I have them do a curve or whatever, but this actually turns. So maybe I should do something. Yeah, I think I'll just push these out slightly more. And I will just... The feet, I think... Probably don't have to re-rig. This is something experimental. I've never done it before, so... I'm going to have a few... oddness on it, but... Okay, I'm going to ruin this one and then I'm going to fix it. Okay, let's get my favorite measuring stick out. That's 7. So let's clip here. Actually, I could probably just use a slight rotate. So 16 other way. That's a little much, but that's kind of cute. I mean, like, the feet stay the same and kind of turn in. I'd rather have it be more like, you know, knees come together like that, but it's about the angle. It's good enough to start with. So I'm going to do some emergency surgery on this. And then get all these jaggies to accept where they are now. Actually, probably a bit too much. Can I do this at, like, 8? I hit M. I click on it. -8. I think that's enough. Yeah, that's enough. It's very slight. Okay. Okay, first off, clean this out. Now then. Okay, this becomes 3s. And that is 4, 4, 3. Nope, you're 3 now. 3, 3. Nope, you're 3 now. One, 2, 3. This can kind of extend more because it's going back into the leg. Well, actually, this is going too much diagonal. We need to have a bit of a curve on there. So, probably best to just make this 4s or 5s. Let's see how 5s work. Fours might be the way. And this can go down because it's just going straight down to feet. Okay. Turn continuous off. Smack that all into there. Grab the proper shade. I hope this works, because this is a lot of time for a small little gimmick. And then over here, 2s, 3s, and I think this should actually tilt in. I don't want it to line up with that, so I'm going to line it up with that. Like so. That's making that go way too far down. Though technically that is how it works. Let's push this up a little bit. So these are going to remain 2s the entire way. And then this can go up to like 1. Yeah, there we go. Just make sure this is the same width as before. It's about right. And also we tilted it a small amount, so we should probably chop out a pixel somewhere in here. I'm thinking like these two. Wah. And then wah. It makes the foot go higher up, but as I said before, I think this will work. Maybe we do have to just go straight up and down. Just for a second, want to see how this looks. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, copy, pasta, flip. And then we have to do the extension, which is, I'm just going to duplicate this. And I think it was 3 pixels, 3 pixels that I had taken out of this. Let me just check. It's going to be so hard to check this. Okay. Okay, let me do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I'm only going to do 3 because this is already contracted enough. But effectively, all I need to do is once again, at the knee, first off, turn this off. At the knee, which is way up here now, go like this, bop, bop, and then show this is curved. It's like that. Then I just need to cut a few pixels out of this. Oh, I don't have this mirrored. Well, let me delete this first, then turn mirroring back on. Copy, paste, flip. Alright. This is going to suck. So, how big are it? I want to take out 3 along points that make sense. So, 1, 2, 3. Move this up. Move this up. I'm going to adjust it later, which is why I sort of just picked and went with it. Adjust this up. So I think we're going to push this up here. So this has the same one as that. 2, 2, 2. This is doing fine. This got a little extended. Okay, I think we're good. Now, feet are probably just going to be transported, but as I said before, that might look a bit odd. So I might have to use the segments. Let me copy this. Okay, turn this on. We're going to cut it in half. Delete. Delete. No, not like that. Delete. 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 Not like that. Delete. Delete. delete, 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 delete. Are you locked? You're locked. Okay, that's why. What the heck are you? Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we got all these. We're going to grab them all. We're going to turn on the full extension. Go back up here. And I think the best way to do this is just to do a bit of rotate. So these are only going to go up and down, so I don't need to mind too much. I say. Okay. This is the 5th chunk. Okay, so move this out one. Move this out one. Move this out one, and then pull like the top base of it in a bit. And also extend this up like 1 pixel. I think this works. Time will tell. Probably also have to... Where are you? Okay. Let's begin. Copy, paste, flip. Let's change that to actually be 1. Copy, paste, flip. Copy, paste, flip. Copy, paste, flip. Can you guess what I'm doing next? Yep, copy, paste, flip. Oh, I missed 1. Oh, no. I missed 2. No, that was the... I hate that. I hate that so much. It copied the layer. Because I clicked down on the layer. Even though, you know, like, you would think you'd do it in the actual thing with pixels. Shift all. Copy. Paste. Flip. There we go. And you know what? Okay. Well, I can actually do this now. So let's just actually move this all in. I am like basically tilting the foot at this point. Okay, I'm going to first turn this off because I'm just going to move all these over 1. There's something odd going on here. I just, what? When in doubt, stretch it out. Okay. Copy, paste, flip. There we go. So when they go out, they turn in a little more. They still slightly tilt, but they turn in. Okay. That's good. Let's work on arms, which means let's cover for just a little bit. So upper body. Upper torso unitard. And let's just figure out where the top of the upper torso is. Okay. Wait. Where do you dip in? As I said, I think it was about waist. Might be the most direct on. So it seems a bit off. Let's have it go up about here. And it's going to... Okay, oops, wrong thing. About an armpit level. That's about an armpit level. And then it can go down like this. So, copy, paste, flip. And the rest of that is covered up by all this stuff. I think that's fine. I'll put it out a pixel more though. Helps if I, turn this on. Boop. So we have the button there, and then we have the rest of that there. Okay, I think that's good. Inline it. And then do the waist segments. Where's waist segment 1? There you are. So literally can do this. Oh yeah, technically this covers that. There we go. Wait. I brained hard. Okay. Torso, entire segment. You can tell the brain's starting to chug just a little bit. Okay. First off, we segment like that. And then we drop. Okay, is this actually doing... No, it's not doing it. Oh, yeah, because invert. There we go. I could think slightly. Okay. Then we grab outside 2. We go on the edges because that's fine. Then we invert. And then we do that. Saving so much time and money. I'm not saving any money. All right, we get that to come out. Okay, and then I wish there was an... Okay, there is an invert command. Okay, Control-Shift-I. Cool. Perfect. Okay, then we go to 4, which is this little section down here. Please. Grab this. And go up like this. Control-Shift-Invert. Cool. That also means the lower one is not going high enough. Okay, anyway. Practically a bunny girl outfit. But, okay. I am thinking. Its mind was not made for thinking. Okay. We got that, and the only reason I did that was so I can work on arms next. So I can make a left arm, because I don't think I'm going to double segment it. I'm not going to give him elbows. Or give her elbows. Left arm down. So as I said, there's going to be 3 stages of this, and I think I said I'm going to go with an angle of about 6. Or no, what was it? 4. I think it was a 4. Yeah. And I need to have also a shoulder on here, so we'll get there in a second. But first, let's get the shoulder made. Upper body. Left shoulder. This can be mirrored. This can be a circle. Just literally give a bit of this. Then have this, and the arms can go underneath that. Okay. Turn off this. Copy pasta. Give her thin, dainty girl, anime girl arms that are going to be covered up by a giant sleeve. I mean, like that. That's how it always goes. I also want to trim this. Ooh, what's going on here? Wait. No. Ooh. Danger, Will Robinson. Okay, so either this one went one more. Yeah, I think that's better. Okay. So the arm does have to turn in at some point. So hand would be right about here. Okay. And as per usual, I don't want these to be exactly synced up because I think it looks bad when you can see the... what do you want to call it? The segmentation seams, as I say, as I segment half this thing. You know, I might be able to just get away with straight arms on this. I mean, she has no definition. The shoulders are basically most of it. Let me see how cheap and devious I can get. Whoops. Oops, that's the wrong color. Wrong selection. How does this look? On this four-legged freak. Let me turn off one set of those. And then we have, like... Actually, hand should go a bit further. It should go a bit further. Okay. I can do this. It's not going to work for both sides. I'll get back there in a second. So, extend the factory. Also, let's just... something like that. And then, we get hand. I know this is like either four... Okay. So I have two choices. I can go like... palm away from viewer or palm towards viewer. Palm away seems like the sane one. So something like that. And then we have the dignified pinky that comes out for no apparent reason. Okay. And let's just extend this down. Color this in. Outline. Taper you in a little bit. Sorry, I've been quiet, just trying to think of the best way to do this, because I have trouble with hands in all forms of art. It being pixelated actually might make it worse, because I have less tricks up my sleeve. Okay, so 1, 2, 3... So we can like chunk this down by 2. And then move these down like 2. And cut this off a little bit. Okay. This is still awful down here. Could probably do a deeper color and fix some of this up. At 400, how does it look? I think this should be up like right here. It's not going to work. Ooh. Okay, let's get into the tricks. So I'm going to drop this into its half shade. 90, 32. Then start doing half shades on this to make it even darker right in this mess of pixels. So 80 and 25. Cut this down a bit. Have this extend out. And I think we're getting too good. This is a pinky. It's a small, tiny thing. Elevate it if you must. And make this slightly shorter. If I chop this off, does it look better? Then that pinky looks screwed up. There is no winning. Yeah, I think they're too small at that point. Oop. I think this needs to be moved over one. Sorry. Deep focus. Too much thinking. Small hands, but I think that's workable. Okay. All right. Let's fix this up. And then the head looks enormous. Okay. I think this needs to be one more over. Okay. So we got all the basic parts in there. I turned feet off. Why did I turn feet off? Where are the feet? There we go. All that in there. I think I want to work at eyes. Usually I do the whole face first, but today I decided to be in pain. Okay. Left full eye white. So as I said before, this is going to be a little below top of the face, and because she is so white of skin color. Okay, here we go. This is nice. So this is 2 to 1. It's like 2 tall and 3 across. It's got a nice swoop, so it's not like sharp. Okay. So first off, let's put this a little down more than... Actually, I could do this in blocks. Okay, in 6 blocks. So, 1, 2, 3. Maybe a bit more together. Let me just move it a few pixels over. 1, 2. Get rid of the other one. 1, 2. And then we are getting the eye. I could actually just go off this. I usually go off the left one, but rare opportunity, I get perfect instructions on how the eye should look. So this part is rounded as heck. Then it goes at a diagonal to this one. And it is about a third, but it is slightly going up. Then that comes down. So I'm going to say this is like going 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then the rest of this can deal via eyelash. Okay. Possibly a little much. Let's fix that up. If I take out that one little corner, I think that's going to be fine. Okay. Left eye full eyelash, which is just going to be huge, and it's going to be straight black. I mean, technically it does have that glow on it. I don't know how well I'll capture that, but I think I'm just going to avoid it out of cowardice. Yes. Wait, did I say that out loud? Okay. And it goes out to here. There it also tapers in, so... how far? Full eye? Almost full eye. Okay. Something like that. How gull does it go? It gulls. Okay. Might be a bit much on this. Let's try... I think that does it. Probably there. Yeah. Does she have an lower one? Tiny, so I won't bother including it. Let's get on to the paint that will be eyes. Left eye. So, this is a light blue surrounded by a darker blue. And then we have the crosshair in here. It is tapered towards the bottom. We can imagine it's symmetrical, but I doubt it because otherwise it puts it about right up here. So the eye tapers down. The inner one is actually more curved. The outer one is less curved. Alright, let's get into this mess. I'm just going to take this color. I'm going to take this color. Try to match it to that. So this is a little... I think the saturation is the same. Let's drop it down to 55. Okay, we're going to move its hue over to 210. We're almost there. I think dropping the saturation down to like 65 might do it. Yeah, we're basically at it. Actually, let's 200. Okay, drop this down to 50. Right around here. Drop it down to 45. I think we're in it, and we're just going to have the bottom basically be white and surrounded by that, because that's the effect going for. It's an interesting effect. Okay, let's get this back to here. Now, as I was saying before, it has the curve over here is greater than this curve. And it is roughly 2/3. So like this box, I'm going to do it like this. Actually, let me think. So here to here, here to here. It's like it's a tilted oval, but not. I might not have to go that far, but... like the inner part's symmetrical. But this arrives down here later, so let's bump this up by 1. Like so. Okay. Let's turn off the eyelash for a second, see how it looks at the top. Pull it down. Also, I think that this would probably be better served being right here for directly on. Copy, paste, flip. Okay, now we can get back to it. So, we drop the color. Well, I think I can get away with this. Is it just the same color? I'll match it because this is pixel. Just pixels 101. Match other pixels you have. Okay, outline it. And then start doing 2s over here. Okay. This is basically all of the eye, but anime girl. There's very little that isn't. So we have that. We need to get the much lighter color, so I'm going to jack this up to like 80. And it's basically radiating around that, which is going to be a pink iris. I mean, it's black. The question is that always on? Is that an always on effect? I think every time she's been drawn, she has that, so It's not like it's a, yeah, I don't think it's a toggle. I could make it a toggle. Don't know how to feel about how I want to do that, but could make it a toggle. So let's get this in here first. We get this in. Then we get the black. Is it a sphere or is it round? It is a, or is it spherical or is it round? It is spherical. So, stare into your soul. Now then, do I do it? What do you have to lose? 2 hours of your life. Am I doing anything with those 2 hours? No. Left eye target. So first we take a pink, we drop it all the way down to like 10. Nope, 25? Yeah, sure. There we go. Actually, I think it needs to be a little more round. 1 second. On the right layer, on... Nope. Full. There we go. And then we can lighten it up a lot. So 50 on the next loop. And then basically white in the middle. So 90. And I'm going to put in a half step. So like 75. We're here and around. And then we could do this. Actually, it's a little targeted below. Skyler, why do you make me do this? Okay. Well, she's not. She's not paying me. Neither is her corporal. I would not be opposed to being paid, but such as doing this the way I want to do this. Which is to say, working exposure. Yeah, working for exposure. Okay. Okay, I think you need to be in one more. There we go. Terrifying. Less terrifying. Not terrifying. Okay, I think I'm going to have a shine over all these. So I'm going to be putting on top of this left eye shine, which I'm going to copy over from the left eye on top of the right eye, so that they are so that they are the same on both sides, but not symmetrical. So turn this off. Get the white. Check on this, and she does it right down here. So I will do it right down here. And then does the one right on top. So I will do one right on top, slightly over, because that's just what I do. Honestly, you'd be surprised. Because they just do Barbie doll underneath. The only reason it's getting band-aids is because I'm streaming this. And I could just keep the band-aids on there. I mean, there's more than a few VTubers that have secret toggles. Or just literally, it's a layer underneath and there's like no toggle. But it's there in case you want to remove layers so you can like dress it up. So like, it's not as far-fetched as what you would think might be going on. So these were outlined in like some red. I don't think I get to do that, but I will, however, drop this down to like 90. Just to keep it a little consistent. Actually, duplicate this. Right eye shine. Oh, look, a split at this time? Is there like a little bit of one? Yeah, there's a little bit of one like over here. I'll just hand duplicate it. Oh god, so much work. Whew, I got through it. Okay. I'm going to order some food and stand up for a minute. Yeah, we'll see. So I'm going to be right back. And then I'm going to get out of this once the food arrives, because I think I'm just going to order some food. I could go out and get some, but I think I'm going to order something a little more substantial. Be right back. Alright, I am back until the food arrives. Mic's on. Okay. Having the movie's a bit weird because when it's on, it adds a new audio mixer. But when you turn it off, it goes away. So I'm very confused. Okay, anyways. So we got the base guy in there. Let's get the rest of the face before I start figuring out stuff. So saying rest of face, we have to do the terrible, arduous task of making a nose. My god, I wish it was easier to do this, but sometimes you just have to sit down and really look at it and think of how a nose will work. I mean, she's dot nose, but oh god, how am I going to do this? Okay, it's slightly on this, so oh god. Okay, I got something in there. Gotta start somewhere. Okay, we're done. Next, mouth. Going with my standard A, O, and E setup. I'm not doing the full one for this. I already have enough on my plate, but I want her to at least look, have more motion now. I probably will put smile and frown on there on the A's. It's a little hard on the O's and E's. Well, E's you could do. O's are the hard one. Anyways. So let me grab that. And this will be mouth closed, neutral. How colon 3 is she? I should do an asymmetrical model one day. Like, no symmetry tool, I just throw down whatever I feel like. That would be a thing to do, but that would probably be more of a script model. So she is very colon 3 right there. Not very colon 3 right there. Vega, I think you might be behind a bit. Well, let me actually put it. I think that was 5-10 minutes ago. Yeah. Also, sometimes you hit pause on accident. Anyways, how colon 3? That's not... We got a bit of our colon 3 right there. Very much as she smashes into the glass. Even her rigor says colon 3. I said colon 3. I was correct. So the answer is yes. She is colon 3. So let's put it right about here. Yes, you are caught up. She is something. She is going... Her moniker is as the Little Cisjet. And she has definitely put out stuff that has gone for the annoying little sister. She literally has anti-ASMR. Which is her pit bull the new pit bull she got mauls you. Which she does because you ended up with her PlayStation. And I don't know how dignified the rest of them are. I just think she has the personality for Gremlin. Oh, no, okay, let me bring it up. I might as well. I'm not going to play it, but I will at least find it. I do agree, like, the silly ASMRs are the funny ones. Because, well, I mean, water is wet, but... yeah, little sister crashes your new car. is her anti-ASMR. If you wish to get a feeling of it, there you go. I have seen things. That probably would be a thing. Some people literally just like has the theorist people have playlists of like theories you can go to sleep for, you know, like the 5 nights and all that sort of stuff, or game theories you can go to sleep to. Okay, if that's neutral, this is smile. It is even more. Actually, let me pull this out a little bit. There we go. And sad. We'll probably get a... But yeah, you can see why I like want to have all the... if you watch the video, assuming you did. No points against you if you didn't. I can understand. There we go. That's a frown. She's going for a very energetic, certain ball of chaos. Chaos, chaos. I mean, lots of info dumps are very much you would nod off to them. It's hard to keep even, like, track of them when they are just this 2-hour or 3-hour long info dump. Mouth closed. Okay, let's get down to business. Mouth a mid. Neutral. Neutral and frown will have the same one. So... remember, how I work with this, neutral is the... or A's are the default. So, we go like this, we go like this, and then, does she go with pink? Or dark red? She goes with a nice pink. So let's go with that. I'm going to drop the saturation on it a bit. Or increase it as it may be. 60. Drop the color to like double 60. That's not pink. 80. There we go. And we duplicate this. And as mouths are... usually mouths are jaw moving and not like going up, though sometimes characters do that. That's usually for more of a snarl, but... it can be done. Okay. New group. Mouth. A. Okay. So the smile one is pretty much going to be that, but widened. So I'm going to skip the middleman and just duplicate. Mouth, mid, smile. Now, I have not heard anyone complain about, like, facial tracking. I've only seen people compliment when the tracking can actually capture, you know, smile and frown. They only get compliments. Though I would think sometimes people don't want to have the tracking track you just being, like, half there. Okay. So we've expanded that one. We will duplicate this one. Okay, let me just W continuous. Grab that. Drop it in. So the difference. I think I'm going to move the bottom out a little bit more because, yes, maybe even go like all the way up here. Might be a bit much. But I think just dotting that looks a bit weird, which is less weird. Let's go with it. Okay. There we go. Alright, and for frown time. All we need to do for frowns is get rid of the turn up of the lip. I think I just saw somebody say they're going to give me food. Nope. How could you say such a thing to her? Okay, and neutrals like that. Barely any change, but if you're being, you know, frowning, that makes sense. Okay. Let's turn that smile on. Maybe not that much. Nah, let's keep it at that. Okay. So after that, we gotta have the O's. Mouth O mid. I'm just keeping this on for a second because I am just going to steal that section. I should probably also steal that color. Hello! I am working on a Skyler-4, a fan model, not an official model, of VFLEET. She has not debuted yet, and I am just getting the pixels done because I work in a pixel format. And right now, I am working on getting phonics into this. So, whoops. This will be the one where I actually raise up the upper mouth, just because of how it goes. So, there we go. Oh. Need to get the E's in there. And I can actually probably get smiles on that. Just, oh, I don't know how to do that. But yes, enjoy your stay here. I'm going to be doing this for a while more, because I'm going to rig it after I finish this, and that could be in a couple hours. And then be a couple hours itself. Okay. Okay, mouth E. I don't know about how in the wider world it's going, but I do the advanced... Wait, sorry. No, I am not a real pilot. I actually do not have consistent models. I make a model for every single stream, and just because today's theming is working on Skyler, which is VFLEET, which is historical Navy boats, and seemingly moving into the jets. I am going off pilot today. Ooh, there we go. Mouth, eh? I have very little knowledge about... Sorry, about most boats or planes. There might be other people in here who can say something. I am not one of them. I am a programmer by nature, and a person who throws down pixels. Okay, so E's are literally just your teeth are showing just from the sound that gets made. And I might be able to get a bit of emotion in here, but I will do that in a minute. You know what? I think I will... Mouth, eye, full, neutral. I think this one will be that, and I will just cut this down a little bit. Oop. There we go. All there is to it. I have other examples of models where I actually use it for myself, but for the most part, it's not the most needed. Also, I think my food arrived. Shortly. I'll throw it on the side. I won't even take a break right now. I'll just scuttle down a bit of food. So for a smile, I am just going to literally add pixels like this. Perfect. Duplicate this one. Smile. I will once again add pixels like this. Perfect. Now the frowns might be a little hard to do on this one. So we'll see. Whoop, please go down. Thank you. Can I get away with just doing that? I think I can. Oh, that's cheap. I need to do it then. I am very much a person of work. Not even smarter or harder, just get the job done. I do like quality in models, though. The amount of effort should reflect the final result, though sometimes you will go off. Excuse me 1 second. I apologize. One moment. It seems the person delivering had gotten snowed out by a snowdrift. Had to figure that out. Give me a second. I'm going to put a bit of this in my mouth and I'll get right back to it. Oh, I needed that. I had somewhat of a light breakfast. I should always eat a bit more. Though if you're still here, Danielle, no, I said I'm not a pilot, but I make this pretty much the day before stream. And since Skyler, her, as she put, the little Jetsus, so I figured I might as well go full on theming today. Usually I'm more of just a blob with a hat on of some sort. Or worse. The people here can tell you I've done much worse than just being a blob of hat on. That's what happens when I put high resolution on. Okay. So we got that. Let's start on the front here. Okay, actually, no. No. I want to do the rest of the eyes first. Let's turn this off. Okay, we're going to duplicate this. Left eye, mid eyelash. I'm going to do the 5 steps like I did the other week. I think it came out quite nice. So we're going to drop this in by 1. I'm the last person you should ask which stream I did anything in. I only remember that because I did it recently and I actually brought out the model again for a little something. At some point I will revisit the ideas. But not today. Okay, duplicate. Left eye, mid, pull that up like 2, push this down like 2, boop, Boop. One might be enough. All they have to do is just match this. It's just I don't want to have edge overlap, as I will continuously complain about. And she has such thick eyelashes, I can perfectly match. I just want to go take a few more bites. I'm not, though. Okay, and then we move this up like one. Whoops, nope, that's the wrong thing. No, actually, I don't think we need to. One second. Just... it's too big. Okay, let's see. I think that's a proper face. Okay. Okay, now I want to make one that's almost close, because I quite liked how that went last time. So for that, I basically need to drop this down right on top of this. Flatten this out. Maybe drop that down. Yeah, just make sure to do that. And then the eye whites, duplicate them. All I need to do is just, boop. That, and then I need to decide if I want to do full, very open surprised eyes. The answer is yes, but should I do it is a question. So to do this, we will extend this up. I have to return that off. Extend this up again. Possibly turn this into doubles right there. Right there's better. Then we make a full duplicate, left full, extra full eye white. And just have to fill this in. Possibly even drag this down a little bit more. Yes. More movement is better. More movement has more life to it. More movement. I will always say do it and then complain about it endlessly as I go on. Okay, let's get her down to something more manageable. So, full. Full. Okay. Turn the eyes back on just so. Boop, 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 boop. Eyelashes. Let's get the hair in first. But her hair definitely goes down all here. I don't know if I'll have to do the layer thing where I put it behind the eyes, but we'll see. Okay, got to turn this off because she has asymmetrical hair. Also, should probably group all this. New group. Hi group. Very simple. And then right on the top here, we throw in a new layer. We call it front hair. And she has a very bubblegum, I want to say. Yeah, very bubblegum pink. And hair intakes, as expected of a jet. I'm going to match this a little more than usual. So that is a lighter color. So let's get it up to like 80. I think it's saturated, so let's get it up to 60. Possibly push it a little bit more towards red, so 320. I think I'm in the right luminosity ballpark. Saturation might be doing it, but when I move saturation, it's going to mess up everything. So that's too much in that direction. Let's try 70. I think this is good enough. Let's stop making her look disgusted at us. She doesn't need to know about the search history. Let's give her just a nice smile. There we go. Extra today. :3. So, she sweeps to the right. Has a part over on her right side of her head. Our left, her right. And it goes down through eyes. So I have to work with some things. First off, here's the crown. Well, no, probably here's the crown, because we're going to give her a little more head size, because our ruff, way down here, saying about there. But either way, I am going to actually mirror this for the second, just so I can get this big swatch of front of head in. So we get down to... Excuse me for 1 second. Sorry about that. Spam call. Lovely stuff. So as I was saying, So it's very much a swoop design. When I say swoop, I mean like it goes like this. Instead of like he may cut where, you know, like it goes across like this. Swoop. So it starts about one eye level up. So here it is. Here's one eye level up. This is where I stop doing this and go like so. I'm going to have to figure out exactly how much I'm going to segment this because, you know, you can see the strands in there. But how much of it do I care? How much do I see in other examples? So it has that one definitely. Okay. So I think I have my answer. So we're going to have one, a cut in, and then another. And I think I might have to do some layering tricks to get her hair to be below her eyes. Or maybe we do some opacity things. I'm not sure. I know there's a trick I think you could do where it you do some settings and it can do that, but I don't know it. Okay, oops. So we got that front hair. I guess I should outline it while I'm here. Boom. Then we turn continuous off so that we can do this and then do this. I think I will put a bit of a point on this. Keep it very fancy. And I will do a cut in here just to give it a little more life. I'm putting this point down here so it looks more sharp because I don't get any other options. Either I could push this down and be like that, which I don't like, or I could put that down. All right. So what can I symmetrical? Well, I have to finish off this side of the part. And okay. The hair vents give us the side locks, so I don't need to worry about anything more after that. Looks like she actually does want a second. So there's this one. And then this one probably isn't too out of the question. If I really wanted to go further, I would dice this up into 3 different things. And you know what? I think I want to dice it up into 3 different things. So I am going to cut this out, put it into its own layer underneath this one. And call it right sweep. And then I am going to extend it over 1 so that I don't like that. Let me fix that. There we go. Actually, I think I might extend it over 2. Just in case physics does something. And then I extend it up 2. And then I'm going to take this out and do a similar tactic. Also, man, I want to eat more of that melt. Okay. Right. More right. Sweep. These will actually probably be on the same physics layers, to be honest. But just to be sure, I'm going to pretend that they aren't for purposes of putting edges on. So we have that. They're all covering each other up, and they have a little bit of leeway if they were to move. Cool. Now, how does this go in? It probably just continues going. So on this one, nope, I'll just do that. Second thought, I'll just do that on hair cap. What I mean by hair cap is something that does not move. So basically this sweep down here is just going into here, and whatever would be going over there just does not move. And I will cover up the rest of the head with that, so if anything goes through, I don't have to worry about it. Hair cap. So first off, let me mirror this part. Disgusting. Horrific. How can somebody live like this? Okay, now it's fixed. Okay, drop that in there. Boopity boop. Boopity soup. Honestly, there's probably going to be more, so move it up to here. Yep, there we go. And then we turn this off because we want to get this in. Get it all the way over here. Zip it down here. And then link it up like so. Whoop. Is there a hole in this? There is. Okay. Hole filled. Nope, hole not filled. Helps if I have that checked. Okay, there we go. Now that we have that, I have to, at least for the bottom one, give it the edge line. I'll probably be returning here later once I get the second color up. But for now, let's just get the edge line. Probably don't even need it for most of this. Whoop, whoop. Yep, we're fine. That's part of the eye. The eye targeting retinal. Okay. There. Now she's looking more like an anime girl. I'm going to have to get the eyebrows in there, which are definitely sassy. I'll probably have them on full rotates, but we'll see. So these things, they're more red. I think I'm going to put them in here right now because it's going to keep everything in, like, how to put it. Everything's going to end up more grounded the more points I can look at. Left eyebrow. So I have this color. I'm going to slide it more to the right. 345 sounds good. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, that's about where it wants to be. I am going to make it darker, however, just so it stands out. Maybe I'll have an inline. How fuzzy are they? Not very. And they are pretty much close to the top of the eye. We don't have these things floating up decent ways away. So anyways. Oh, turn this on. They are full. This is a time for my favorite tool. Okay, 4, 5, go back to 4, 3, 3, 3, 2. You know what? I am going to do it. I'm going to give them three separate things of eyebrows. Why am I being so extra today on this? I don't know. Wait, I do. She actually she made the mistake of doing a quote retweet, so I am now doing more work than I would usually. I do try to do this, but as I said before, I'm not getting paid. There we go. Okay, if that's neutral, we will duplicate this. Happy just means the inner ones go up more. So let's split this like right here. And frown will go down. So we can take this and just start pushing it down. Probably making it bridges of 2s, but I think this will work. That is very much a colon 3. Which wouldn't work on this because it's linked to the frown one, so it would be the other one. Maybe it could be linked off I smile or something. I don't know. Anyways. I mean, this is still pretty smug. This would be more linked to... Okay, anyways. So we have that. I think we can work on hair vents in order to properly get the side locks in. And I should probably make a hair group. There we go. Hair group. These are probably not going to be unlinked, so I'm just going to call it hair intake side lock. So they're all going to just be one thing, going all the way down. So I'm starting in red so that I don't get confused by the colors. Okay, pretty standard at crown of heads. Are they rather close? They are rather close. It's like right here, going up to here. The hair takes are going to be like that. Okay. No, I think they need to be closer. 3. Let me use my favorite tool. And just tack on 3 to that. A little steeper. Should be a little steeper over here. Okay, anyways. Now that's out of the question, or out of that. Hair takes, they blend in this one. They don't quite, I might be actually a little high. Okay, let's calm down for a second. Bring him down here. Okay. Continue. And now they go all the way down. They produce the ones that go about her chin length. So let's say those get covered up, so I need to be a little closer. I might need to change this up in a minute. Something of that nature. Do. Okay, something like that. Now grab this and go outline. It doesn't outline this, which is going to be a problem, but I'm going to add one to this side and then slowly blend it in, like so. Okay, that's something to work with. Very wispy. This one isn't fully rendered as that, but so it should have all the basic ones. And since these are going to be mirrored, we got a curve in here, and then we got an outer one that goes down a little bit. So, a wispy little one that comes in like this, about mouth level. A little above mouth. Okay, let's go with that. Gotta remember, this eye ends like right here, not like down here. So we got that. This one curves in, like so. And then goes out for a bit and has a little bit of that at the end. And then back here, this looks like she just murdered somebody. I mean, isn't out a character I've seen so far. And then we have that last one that goes a little further down. But otherwise comes back. I'm going to fluff that out a little bit more. There we go. Like so. Have this start going up like that. Go in here and change that. This I'm going to have to fix a lot more. Probably of that nature. No, I don't like that. Like that. Yep. And this one back here just cut up. Yep, this was above it. So I'll start doing this. There we go. I'm thinking of some sort of idol master character. I don't know who. Or was it something else? Like, very much a this is not the business you should be in type. Two, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4. Use the line, scrib. The line will not betray you until you use it wrong. Then it'll be perpetual sadness. Okay, double this. I gotta remember, she's very floofy. Everything must have volume. Two. There we go. I think I lined it up perfectly. Yes. Okay. Ooh, what's going on down here? Let's clean this up. Let's add that in. Okay, does this inner one... That inner one wins. This should be wispier. I think this should cut right about here. Maybe. Okay, anyways. We got hair on her. About to that. This one does curve in. Oh, I got this going the wrong way. Okay, let me invert this. There we go. Inverted. I mean, nothing's recognizable on her yet. It's coming. Okay. I'm going to give her her hoge. I'm going to give her pigtails. And then I'm going to figure out the rest of this. Also, this is a transition to blue. Does she do it on all of them, or is that just a thing? How about the one that I showed for her reveal? I think that's just being fancy, but it's on the sheet, so I'm going to do a little bit of it. I mean, I think it was part of her color scheme thing. Okay. There we go. Okay, on the right behind the hair cap is going to be the hoge. I think I had that mostly figured out down here. Oh, would you look at that? I got really on. Okay. First, turn this off. Two, three. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 2, 2. No, this should be twos. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 1, 1. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. I don't know if I need to go. Yeah. Make that 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. I think that just needs to be like that. Let me get this. Oh, I need to have more on that. Okay. You need to continue up. You need to continue over. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 1. And you need to be a bit more spindly. So, actually, wait. I think this is a curling in type, where it's like, it's coming out this way because it's wrapping around. Okay. That makes more sense than what I was trying to figure out. So just to preempt that, I'm going to get... $75, $65. And this is going to be the inner one. The outline is going to be a different color, but that's going to be the in. And this is going to have to mesh to flowing into that. I think that's fine. And 55. And then we just inline it. Like so. Actually, could probably just go like that and call it a day. Yeah, that reads better. Maybe a bit more out. I think a bit more out. It's a real hook to it. Maybe cut this up one more. Okay. Huge hoge. Let's get to the pigtails. So those can go behind the hair intakes. I should probably actually draw them in front of them. So left pigtail. When they get a bit longer, I'll call them twin tails, but when they're basically, you know, little bunches on the side. Yeah. So one's coming out, and then we have a lot of thin, wispy things. Excuse me for 1 second again. Alright, I'm back. Just need to get a bit of a blanket to sit on. Getting a bit cold. Okay. As I was saying before, these are rather... From this thing, it's rather one giant one and then a few ones that follow off it. Actually... So, just thinking. I might have to have another one come down. I'll get to there when I get to there. For now. Oops. There we go. So this is 3 by 2, and this looks to be, we say this is all head. This is like 1/6 of that. So like here to here, kind of go. Turn this off because I'm going to be doing some things. I'm doing a lot of guesstimation. That's way too big. I had more of a head on, I think. Have this tilt down a little bit more, and I think we'll call it good. So that's the main bunch. As the model shows, there's a bunch more coming off of it. So we will put those in there like so. Mm. This doesn't feel like it's going properly now. Let's a little bit like that. Okay, let's outline this. Inline this. Blech. I don't think it works. I need to reapproach this. I think the base is good. It's just whatever I'm doing outside of that is kind of like falling apart. I think that's too thick anyways. Yeah, it's a little too thick. You're going to see that because I think the hair ornament is going to cover pretty much everything. Still, probably have it in there. We have that one. I think to get these as thin as these other ones look, I'm going to have to do it in 2s and just color the bottom part. At least for some of them. So like, it comes out here. This can have a bit more. And be fully... done. So, grab this. When it gets to the 2s, I only have the bottom done. And I'll keep it very thin. Without it becoming this like one dark chunk that's like, what is this doing? Okay, you need to be longer. I'm going to stretch you and see what happens. Oop. Alright. And then we get another one that go... I don't think I'll do the 2. Because I don't have the pixel density. And this one, I will just do with a 3 wide line. Set you to 0. And go like this. Cut you to 1. Cut you down. Cut you to 2. There, I think we're cooking now. Okay. That works. And now for the couple that go up. My favorite tool, turn 90 degrees. I said 90. So where are you coming from? They're coming from like right here. Okay. Now it is time to lighten this up. Oop. Pull that back. Pull that back even more. That just looks a little sad. So we're just going to cut that and put it like that. Okay, I think that might work. Okay. Copy, paste, flip. Now for the back hair, which is going to be a heck of a lot. I mean, just look at this. Hair back main. We're going to make this a group. Hair back. And I'm going to use color that is 5 less. Yes. Okay, 6. So it's going to be like this. So you can at least tell it on there and it isn't going to mix in with that. So this main one right here, how far does it go down? Oops. Goes down to basically her knees. There you go, that's fixed. And this will be our starting chunk. We'll add more to it later. Okay. Hair back tufts. This is going to be on the same color because this is going to be like all the little things going over that. And once again, I'm going to work in red till I feel that I have enough of hold on this. So that's the stuff that does this. Like curves in and then goes back up. Okay, let's work with that one first, see what we get. Boop. I want to turn up here, just so we can see a little bit in there. Turn off the legs. Oop. Okay, we got that. Taking time on this because, well, anime girl, they are defined by their hair. Anime style, you could say, is defined by physics define hair, but that's neither here nor there. Little cisjet is also made of 90% hair, so what can I do? Okay, this is what I can do. And then we have another one on top of that. Hair lower side tufts, I guess? That's a bad name, but hey. So I'm going to try to do this part right here, at least one of them. So this comes out up here, then quickly dives in. Actually, I should shrink this a bit more first. Just wrong button. 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do. Pain, true agony, suffering. Okay, let's just fix this real quick. Okay, and now to get some curve in. I guess it works. Should probably just do a little of that. I think this should be moved back a little bit. Just seems too sudden of a turn. Okay, now let's fix up this mess. There we go. More pleasing. You won't see half of this because of the legs, but still. Oh, we got a jiggy. Which way are we pushing this? We're pushing this up. Okay. I think that's better. Now, about that side thing that I was working on 10 minutes ago. So, this one that's coming down right here, it goes back in. So. Comes all the way down, right above the knees. So, like right about here. So. Boop. And then it flares out and curls again. Goes like that. Probably should do something like this because covering it. We're going to get some more up here too. Just streak down and go over the black or the back part. The best third monitor content you can have. Okay. Work gets done, work continues. Okay, let's turn this off just so I can get a look at this. Thou shalt not be jaggy. Okay, I guess we have to remove her arms. Don't worry, they can go back on. Just a quick retrofit. Okay, there we go. Now this ugly chunk. I guess we just turn off body. Yes, we turn off body because we have this mess under here. Okay. Join that up. This is never going to be seen, but I can't just leave this. Okay. I think going to about here and then starting to it will be the key to success. Okay, 2. And then we could taper it off like right here. Terrifying, horrible, eldritch monstrosity. But it is an anime girl, so I repeat myself. Okay. There we are. Like so. Get the legs back on. Get the body back on. Get Get the arms back on. Okay. Oh, we're missing that. Yeah. Okay, so where was that? Get that back in there. Got that one. There's a tiny one that goes through here, but I don't think I need to do that. One up here, though. Also, I may have went a little too extra on this. Let me just reduce its size. That's simply done by just moving it down. Like so. Cutting that out. Cutting that out. Cutting that out. There, it's been merged back in. Looks much more diminutive. Do I make a new hairpiece for this one that's coming through, or do I make... It's just lots of ropey little strands that are in front. So let's say this curves like this. And then breaks this up a little bit. Oh, there we go. Probably stay on top of these, actually. Give a little more volume. Okay, curve up like that. Turn off body again. I think this is fine for me to work with. I don't need to have body reference. Body. Okay. Ah, good. I would have missed those. Turn off the arms. Good, would have missed that. Okay, let's clean this. This one needs to be long for a second. 2, 2, 2, 1. Two, 2, 1. 1. Probably actually bring this out a bit more so it covers up the back. Because I do need something to cover this up. Get out the lawn line. Turn off the head. Whoa. Okay, I'll line this. Slowly looking like some sort of space alien. Okay. Just need another one that goes around here. Hair top. Tough. Okay. This one is going to curve like right into here. Let's make this round again. And as per usual, this does a little bit of this and then comes out. Okay, let's get some of these edges to look better. Because it is rough right now. Two, 1, 2, 1, 2. Then we do a couple ones. I just need to get something so that this isn't like just straight forever. It's like it's flowing a little bit. Okay, I think this might do it. I'm not quite happy with this though. See if I keep pushing it up, if it looks better. I think that's about the best I'm getting it. Okay, anyways, let's give another limb to the space alien. Also known as the magical little cisjet. Okay. Put everything on and see if this works. Because unironically, this might not work, and I have to sit here for a minute and figure out what to do. I don't like this curve. Yeah, this is less fluffy and more... Yeah, her main art of this doesn't have like anything like that up there. Okay, so if I break this out, go like this. Now start from here. Something like that. Does it work better? Probably not. Okay. Okay. I don't like it. I don't think it should turn like that. How did I do it before? You know, it was just all thin stuff that just kind of did things. Maybe because it's too thick. Too unwieldy to be hair. Okay. This wasn't going too bad until I'm like, this doesn't look like it's working. And I'm right, it doesn't look like it's working. Okay. So, mostly still just trying to salvage this. I don't think it's the mostly wrong or anything like that. It's just... Excuse me 1 minute again. I think these headphones might be having issues. Might have to order a new pair. Anyways, I think it was just something fell off outside on the back, so... Sounded like somebody was, like, knocking or doing something back there. Had to check. Nope, winter being winter. Turn the rest of this off so I can actually see what's going on. Just to make sure I don't have, like, any weirdness. No, that was outside. The creaky house noises are something else entirely. Considering the hot water pipes do whine and scream at night, it's not great. No, literally, the water makes really interesting noises for the hot water pipe. What are you from? Okay. My little squid jet can't be this cute. I really want to see what it's... Okay. I think at this point, we're supposed to be, like, going up to meet the back of the head. That makes sense. And from the way she draws it, I think that, like, a lot of this is just inner stuff. Like, maybe this should be going all the way up. Whoops. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1. Something like that. More strands. I have to make it floofy. And I feel like I'm failing at that. Because this is nothing else, just a bunch of fluff everywhere. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I can just try to noodle into here to break it up a lot more, because there just needs to be more. This is a case of more is more. And more is needed. So otherwise it doesn't look at the bottom. As I've been saying, look at my little squid jet, or whatever. This needs to be more like this. Just a lot of strands that meld together. That might also be it, is that I'm differentiating them. So maybe if I start actually just breaking the lines, it'll get better. Maybe. At some point I'm going to have to quit, though, and just continue on with this. Just say, yeah, I'll wait till I see an official design. And I can see how they squared the circle. Just trying to get these strands in. One thing, it's also partly I don't draw hair like this. So I'm having a bit of struggle session with it. The struggle busing is real. Two. Three. 1, 2, 3. Let's get out my favorite tool, the line. 4. Too big, too soon. Doing this because clearly I'm not getting all the volume I need from... Turn off the head. From the side strands, because they're getting a little wild and none of them are looking quite as good as I would like. Oh, whoop. Get the outline. Outline everything. And then get the line of this, just in case. hopefully this can fix up some of the issues I'm seeing. Because otherwise I then just need to chunk the hair more, but that's not what the rough show and what the silhouette shows. So I'm sort of at a loss as to what would be the best way to approach it. Room. Okay. I don't think this one's doing the job. I think one that turns in might. Something that goes like this. Just the entire thing. Okay, and clear this out a little bit. Without a proper reference, I don't have to make it correct. I just have to make it look all right. That's my only goal at this point, and I should remember that. Honestly, having a few random strands in here is probably good. Okay. I think this needs to be broken up a little bit more, and I could call it good. Maybe put a little something in here, but this needs to be a little something. Do. Two. Oops. I accidentally doubled up in exactly the same way. Okay, that's interesting. I'm not going to keep it, though. One, two. Okay, I think this mess of hair is working. Maybe cinch this one up a little bit more. And I can call it good for this leg of what I'm trying to do. Whoop, wrong color. I know this isn't on the silhouette, but also I need to figure out if I'm going to do the gradient hair or not. Yeah, that doesn't feel right. I think I put enough of this. It's the feeling that there's just a bit more going on. Not part of the original model, but or silhouette, but it makes sense. That's all I need. Okay. Wait, what's... Yeah, this needs to go up more. Or does it need to go up at all? Okay, that means this no longer should be there. And that this should no longer be there. Now this looks a bit odd, so I need to pull it out a little bit. Possibly somehow push this down more. Cool. I can get rid of these. Okay, I think this is the best it's getting before try to put in another color on that. But let's move on to something else for a bit, like finishing up the jacket or maybe the skirt part of the outfit. So let's turn our arms back on. In fact, we need to do the other three on there. So let's get into that. Arm group. Okay. I think the legs need to move up a bit. All the hair in there, this is now looking really off. Which means I also have to redo the other parts. About right, though. Well, I guess maybe pick it up here. Let's get this done first. Two, three, four. Let's just merge that in there. Problem is that, like, this is kind of looks to be darn. Why is it so noticeable now? That also means that these are messed up, but I could fix these rather quick. So I'm gonna chuck them out. Let's go to the thigh. Yeah, because at the very least, I can move these up a couple pixels without changing anything too much. These moved like 4 pixels. So am I not just... I hate this sometimes. I'd really just want to move it by grabbing, like, you know, the group and moving it. 2, 3... What am I not selecting? What is not in there? Okay, remove this one little piece at a time because I don't know. Okay, we move that up. One. Nope, I need to move it up one more. No, this one. Thank you. There we go. Okay. Oh, it's locked. Nice. Okay, that's why. I'm trying to look at, like, the lock symbol, which is, like, 1 pixel difference at 3 feet away. Or, no, this is more like 5 feet away. Actually, let's extend the feet, or the lower legs. Let's move this down. Oh, thank you. That was very helpful. Why is that even an option? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bottom of the feet right there. I think that's the problem, is that... Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just move it down here. So the issue is that these legs weren't long enough. Okay. Really? Oh, nope, can't. Gotta start moving them before you can start. Oh, now nothing's moving right. Oh, I hate this sometimes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Enough complaining for now. Move that up. There. Now let's turn on the hair and see if it looks better now. Legs may be a little long still, but... yeah, let's move the feet down a bit more. Like right here. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to redo the legs that are out. Maybe the thighs might be a good, but the rest of the stuff needs to have some stretching going on. I could fix it. No need to be worried. I think I mostly just rotated them by like 8 degrees and then I worked off it. Okay. Stretch your legs out a little bit. It looks a little more bounced. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and a little change. Maybe just move it up a bit. I said before, I don't work in like proportions like this, so everything's a little off to me. Nothing feels quite right. Anyways, I think I should just keep running with it and hope it goes good. Also, the arms look a little too stubby now. Move knees about right here. We're going to mess up proportions on this from standard, but I think it's kind of needed. Yeah, that's a bit more bounced. I'm going to have to fix these, though. Possibly have these go all the way up here. It's a strange thing once you start putting more in, you see like everything just look a bit off. Okay, I think that's more correct. The part that's getting me is that proportionally, like, the forearm should be about as long as this, but it isn't. Honestly, basically 64. And that's the entirety of this. I mean, I can make the arms longer. Let's do that. Let's see if that helps with all this. Nope, turn that off. Bop. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bop. Honestly, I can just take from here and go copy pasta. Maybe a little too far. 1, 2, 3, 4, bop. 1, 2, 3, 4, bop. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go with it. Now to fix the other legs, because or messed something up. So, legs down. Legs out, legs down. Oh yeah, I need to do the extension legs. So I need to duplicate this. Then every like 4 at the knee. Height of 5. No, wait, height of 9. Yeah, that works. Or of 8. Yeah, 8. Okay. Wait, I missed one in there. There it is. Okay, and now that I got that, get a color lower, half a color. Round, flat, round. Okay. Now to figure out what to do for the other set of legs. So, the out ones are probably perfectly fine. It is the feet that are a bit off. Yeah. No, yeah, I need to copy everything over. The feet group can probably stay there just fine. But let's try this again. Duplicate. Leg. Left leg out. Okay, turn you off for a second. Turn this off for a second. Rotate -8. That's I think I did before and I was fine with it. Move it about there. Fix this up. I did prove the way I was working on it before did work. So, seemingly this also does work. Decently well. Maybe 16. So I'm -8 more. Yeah. This has gone to heck, but it is fixable. One, two. 1, 2. Then I just go through this. fix up anything that's too off. So get out my line. 4, 5, 4. So there we go. 4, 4, 3, 3, 3, and then it starts merging back in. So the inner meat of the inner quote-unquote meat of the thigh can be a bit off there. That's fine. Okay, now that I got that, I can rotate the legs by like 8/16. Okay, I'll just duplicate it. All this for a little pose, but I honestly want to be able to do this stuff, so it is what it is. So first, get rid of this. Then grab this and go -8. Okay, this is patchy as heck. So let's start by going 4s. Sure. 4, 4, 4, 4. I'll drop it in a second, but the last one is the one that gets to be long, not everything else up to it. So, there. Work. Clean up the inside. Yeah, I'll leave it as is. I think this is fine. Now let's see how the feet look on this. I'm going to have to adjust so many things on it. Okay, I think I'm going to have to just get rid of the left side until I can get it all mirrored. Or all put into place. Whoops, not like that. Learning for later. Whoops. I have done a lot of techniques I have never done before. So I should be happy that they're somewhat working out. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we move over 3. 1, 2, 3. Move up, overlap 1. Good. 1, 2, 3. Move, overlap 1. Good. 1, 2, 3. Move up, overlap 1. Good. 1, 2, 3. Move up, overlap 1. Good. 1, 2. Actually, I think I'd just do it like that. It'll be fine. Yep. Okay. All right. Now, if everything's working all right, I can just copy the contracted leg. Similar method. Okay, turn this on. Get rid of one of these. Hope this works. -8. It's basically there. Okay, I think this goes from 4s to 3s, so get rid of that also. 4, 4, 4, 4, and I think I could start doing 3s. 3, 3, 3. 3, 3. Then maybe that can go. Yeah, I think that works out. Do, 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 do. Okay, copy, paste, flip. Copy, paste, flip. Copy, paste, flip. Roll all. Copy, paste, flip. Copy, paste, flip. What's wrong with this? Why is it not going? Control A. Everything's cut. Copy. Paste. Flip. Am I hitting Z? Is that it? What's going on? There we go. Brain must be going. Okay, I think that's a good point for a little stand-up. I'll be right back. Okay, 1 second more. I think there's somebody checking the gas. Nope, was just the neighbors. Okay, yeah, anyways. Bop. Turn off the BRB. There we go. Alright, so the legs, I'll have to move the feet up and down with that, but that was going to expect it. And now I need to flip out these segments. I'm going to call them out as well. Thank you, A-Sprite. I really wanted to copy the layer and paste it and not... Oh my god. There we go. Control all. Copy. Paste. Flip. Not that hard. Ugh. Okay. Once I have this done... Doing it again? Roll all, copy, paste, shift, flip. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Okay. Click up here. I really despise context clicking. Oh, you selected this last, therefore you want to... Not even selected anything to indicate that you want to continue working on this. It's just even selecting it and moving to it will make it work under this layer, and now you're copying layers and doing stuff in layers instead of actually pixels on the screen. It drives me just a bit nuts. Okay. There we go. Everything on there. We have our legs being shortened. That said, while we're here, we might as well outline. I'm going to do it at some point. At least it'll be a nice time to take... I don't have this mirrored. A nice minute to take my mind off things. So I'll go and do the other legs and the thighs for this. That will mean that they will be good to go until I need to put the clothing on them, but I just basically need to copy paste this. I'm not even sure, well, go over it and all that stuff. So I should be done with all the fiddly parts of the legs for a bit, because I have them all figured out. The shoes should be... Why does that go all the way up? That's why. I mean, it can work that way, it's just I don't want it to. Did I mess up and also do that to the lower legs? Because I had to if I squishing them did that. Okay, I'll get to that in a minute. Okay, let's turn this layer off. Go over to the normal one and figure out what the heck I messed up. Okay, so... Okay, nothing really. That's confusing then. Did I lock this? I hate locks. Okay. Well, I'm here. Let's do the proper thing. Drop this down by 5. What are you doing? Once again. Okay, back to it. Yeah, that is the same color. I have to check. Okay. So yeah, the whole thing I haven't done before where I do 2 shades of stuff, unless I like really need to. I'm trying to incorporate that a little bit more. I'm hoping it does make things look better. This one I do get an added benefit of making the inner thighs more shaded from it. Yeah. Okay. And while we're here, then there's a hard cut there, so I don't want to do that. Oops. It doesn't look that good. There's just something about it. Like, let me just keep it for the bottom and see if that looks fine. I think it's like, as I said before, actually, let me do this. I want to add 1 extra pixel to break it up on this. This looks too dark. I'm going to do a little more something. Because I could see like the bands and they kind of hurt my eyes. Yeah, I think that just made it worse. Okay. If it's just the bottom, how does it look? Nope. Maybe if I keep the saturation the same. It's going to violate, like, no. Little bit of rules, but yeah. If I drop this by 5, or okay, $90. Turn off continue. Oops. I think it's because it's like so bright. Yeah, there we go. That's the secret. It's almost unnoticed. You almost can't notice it, and that's honestly probably a good thing. Oh, yeah. This is like 9 different things. Okay. Yeah, this fixes the issue. It's enough to be there, but it's not enough to be distracting. And I think I'm only going to keep it on the inside for this. The legs are up and down enough that they kind of need the pillowing. Okay. Now that I did it for that, I have to do it for the outgroup legs. Because I made the terrible decision of doing this. Room. Okay. Fixed all that up. Now I can actually give her shorts. Imagine that after all this time of trying to get hair to look right and reproportion everything. I can get back to work. Okay, let's do it first on the regular leg so I can just steal it. Now it's pretty tight on the base. So, probably just get away with doing this. Left, shorts, leg down. I'm going to do it right on top of each other. No, just do it out one. You can fix these two to match up later. Okay. Cool. Cool, cool. Let's go in here. Boom. Now this can match up here. Okay, so we have that. Now, these are 1, 2, 3 down. Just do similar for that, for the other leg set. What do I call this? Left short leg out. How many did I say? 2? I could just turn it on for a second. Okay, 1 second. 3. Whoop. Whoop. Okay, and turn off leg down. There. Got that working. Now, do I want to do jacket or stockings? Well, I think I've had enough trouble with legs for a bit, so I want to do the jacket. Still going to go on the arm layer. Okay, so I'm going to need a very light blue. I think, honestly, this one just works. It's not even bright enough. Oh, boy. 70. Okay, we're going to pull this a little more into green, so 180 hue. Okay, let's darken this. 60. And that's it. Okay. So, this starts like right below the chest and then goes out to about the middle. Right here. And the silhouette, you could see just a bit of it stick out. So something like this. And then the back one would go up behind everything. And that's just the top of it? Yeah, that's just the top of it. And we have these marks on there, which I may or may not get to, but that's later. Then we have a little bit those are down a little bit more, so I don't need to worry about it. Okay. Something like this. And then it puffs out puffs out again and then goes back. Okay, I think I'm going to cut this down a little bit, probably up to here. Okay. Up. Something of that nature. Then, as I said before, it's going to loop back behind her, and then I'm going to have this mask thing going on so that I can have these sleeves raised, and the back of the jacket remains fine. The back of the jacket floats around here. Okay. And same color down here for... Okay, so it really does join back in. So... it is more puffy like that then, because it has to taper in. I think jacket's going to have to be in front of everything. Yeah. Yep. And that sucks. Okay. Jacket group. Okay. I'm on the layer. Nope. Let's make this a circle. This goes down, but this puffs out. This goes back in there. Cut this a bit more down so that it does this sort of... yeah. I think that's the ticket. Okay. That's a start. And now behind this, I'm going to have to put it to the back layer. Jacket back. And tell the sleeves like that. Blue all the way around, and it's blue on the inside. But for the back, it's going to have to be like a different color. Otherwise, it blends directly into that. So I'm going to drop it by 5 saturation, fine luminosity. Start like right about there. This goes all the way behind. Yeah, more like that. This goes all the way behind. Let me just see. Yeah, nothing too special. So this will go down here, or at least down to the waist. Then you have a little bit come out because, you know, you have the back. And this has the whole, yeah, it has the cross pattern on it. Okay. So I think the top part of this is never going to really warp. Well, maybe. I'll make the texture. Let's just make this red for now. Whoops, that was not the right color. And then I will make a texture. across the entire dang screen. So this, but dark. 66, 55. Full screen like this. Turn on this. And it is a darker blue. Let's just use a darker blue. Yeah, let's just use this blue. Turn this back on. If 24 by 24, just so it's a little interesting. This is going to be overkill, but it's quick overkill. And this pattern will be masked into there so that it doesn't warp. And all I care about is the shape of the back of the jacket. So the 3 stages, jacket down, jacket up, jacket whatever. Just have to pull this in and then maybe have the rim of the bottom of the jacket on a different layer. And that'll be less work overall because I don't have to reuse this texture. I mean, 90% of that is useless, but... Hey. I'll show a trick after this. On how I cross it real quick. Because this isn't, like, even with the middle of the screen, because it's not on the thing. And I didn't want to have doubled up things in the middle. So it's kind of off-center of everything that I would be using. I really didn't want it to, like, double up. I would have made this odd grids, but not quite there yet. As I said, this is overkill. It's not going to actually get to be this many, or get this far out. And I am going to like, have this slightly move with X's. So that, I forget the animes that did it. There's a couple that love to use texture masking. Okay, so here's the trick. Contiguous I turn off, I select this. Whoops, I hit the Z. Okay. Copy, paste, rotate by 90. And there we go. If I really want to, I continue on the rest of these. But it doesn't honestly matter because, as I said before, the texture is only in this area. Okay, I'm going to throw this all the way to the back of everything. Turn it off. And then we get back to this and add a... We'll have this be normal, because we're going to have 3 of these. I guess, no, it would be down, because the arms are down. Also, I guess technically the arms aren't going to be moving at all. They might be linked, so I could just call this, yeah, jacket front. down. Jacket back. Mask down. I'm going to add something real quick and just to check what it looks like. Yeah, I think I could just use like this. Well, actually, I can go to the proper thing. So we get this, and we drop it down 15. 55, 45, 66, 56. Jacket, back, edge. Hopefully this doesn't get too mad that I'm doing this. I have mirror turned off. Oh well. Nope, yep. I have to have some sort of fronted jacket too. Well, maybe. I know there's something going on here. It's just I don't get a good view of it. Like, it's here and then it's instantly kind of in the back. So I guess maybe I don't. Oh. Kneecap pop in right? Okay. So take these. Put them in front of hair. And call it the back jacket layer group. Back jacket group. Okay. Let's get some of the detail on this and get the armband in there, which I think I'll make its own layer. Just so that it can wiggle a bit more. Those will have to be separate ones because slightly different physics. Maybe. Okay. And this simply can just be dropped down one. Three. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Ooh. 2. Then I have to start carrying again here. 2, 3. Edge, because there is a, this is definitely out a bit more. Okay. Ooh. Hmm. Do. Slowly getting there. How much is left? I'm not sure. I'm just doing this as a break from all the rest of that. Arm band down, and I think they were just pink. They were just pink. Yep. A pink I can use. They're the same color as her hair. Sure. Start with red and then do that. Okay. First off, delete whatever I have in here. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Okay. There we go. They could shake a little bit. I won't go full whatever. Okay. You know, let's do the front row here. So first, we have this A40 going on. I didn't do that before, so let's do it now. And that is a lighter blue color. Not quite her eyes. Let's see if she does it anywhere else. It almost looks like it's still a gray. Whoops. It's a green. Not quite as green as that, so a darker one. So let's take this. Let's shove it over into the green, make it 140 hue. Drop its color, its luminosity down to like 40. Drop its saturation down to like 50. Whoops. Making her naked. That's a little too bright. No. Yeah, we have a better chance just taking this, dropping all saturation off it to like 20. That's about it. It was worth a shot. Because she does have like greens somewhere in here. Okay, anyways. So this is like a 40 that goes all the way up. I think probably would say that it ends about here, right below her chest. But it floats a little above her crotch, so like right here. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I want to give myself room to write. And let's say it goes 4 up. Okay, let's click on this layer. Boop. Okay, click on the next layer. Boop. Click on the next layer. Boop. Oh, you're extending one down more than you should. Is that this one literally just 1 pixel? Okay, there we go. Boop. Okay. No holes. Hit it. No holes. Hit it. No holes. Hit it. Okay. Now we get a... I assume that's an A40 in there. I'm going to check on other ones. Yeah, that's an A... Is that a double A? No, that's an A4. Okay. First, I am going to put it up here like this. This is mostly going to be covered up, and then the tie stuff is going to be down here. So, right about here. A. Then I turn this off. A40. Just to keep it uniform, like so. This can be a little higher. Okay. Now paint. There what? It's white? Okay. Oh, sweet. Was it only on one layer? Okay. Cool. Okay, throw the text to the wind, and there we go. A40. Now, let's give her the little magical girl. What do you want to call it? Medallion? Goes above the chest, but below the choker. Star pendant. Sure. Whatever you say, script. Okay. Should probably be a circle if you want to do that. Now... covers a lot. And then the color of the star is pink, so we'll go with her pink. Behold, and star. Actually, I can grab this. Okay, we have that. And now we have the pink tie. Which is going to have physics. It's just, it's a rule of the world. Okay, so this thing is bigger up here. So let's extend out here. Let's go with our line, my favorite tool. And then make these 2s. Yeah, right about here. That could be 6. Okay, there we go. And let's make sure the top of the egg can be seen. That's a really short tie. Solution 1, move this up. Then make tie proportionally larger. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Tie is an important part. Clearly, they like the tie. I think that'll do. It's not the best, but... Well, I could probably push all this down. Give it one more pixel. One last solution. So, boop. Boop. Probably pulling these down like 1, 2. We also then get the added benefit that this all lives on this. Okay, that's sort of, that's cool. I'll go with that. Then we get to make the tie this long. Whoops. There, it's a cute little tie. It's 1/8 the size of her body. Alright, so we have that, and now we need to do the other side parts, which is this thing, which goes around, and then we need to get the side part that connects to her skirt, and then we'll be closer to being finished. This was not one I truly expected to take all day. Then again, I did decide to get lost on how to do the hair and wanting to do the leg thing, which I might still toss out at the end. That does not mean that it gets all the way through this, just because I spent time on it. Okay. I don't know what you want to call this. Side strips? Sure. Straps. Front strap. Okay, first off, these are white going out, but then I will have to put pink in there, so I need to make sure I have enough room for something that can have 2 white stripes in there. So at the very minimum, this has to be 5 long. So I should make this like 7. Okay, so we have that. Now we can go to pink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or go 5. Can go like right here. And then we could go like 3 here, 3 down here. Like so. And then have the stripes in here, and then possibly change the size of them. I think I need 2 more pixels, just so I can get like 2 pixels on both sides. Okay. Oh, that's why I didn't. Let's turn the arm jacket off for a second. I guess I won't need to do the back part because it's pretty much lining up like that, though I will give it a little more depth and make it look like it's going around. There we go. I should also give this a little edge. I'm not going to do both sides of it because it'll look a bit weird, but the bottom one is going to get edge. The top one is going to get a half. So are the sides, I guess. I don't know if this is like some sort of military thing or for something. I don't know. It feels like it should be, but can't tell. I am not well versed in military of any country, let alone whatever silliness can be in the US. Which ostensibly, as I said before, is what VFLEET does, because they work on museum stuff for military, or for like Navy vehicles, ships. With Skyler coming in there, it's now vehicles. Okay. We got that. Now we can start working on the hip portion. Let's turn that off. I can get a good look at this. These go all the way up. And they're just white. They have a little frill in them, but that's fine. Okay, this can go like to about here. And they start going up here. Guess I turn this off now. Okay, and I grab this. Let's go of 3s. One, 2, 3. Let's grab this. Go 3. 1, 2, 3. Does it go inside? Okay, it goes to the inside, so it's going to curve more, so it's going to become 2s now. One, 2. One, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Stay right about here. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Or no, wait, this is still... Nope, I did 3. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it curves probably more to completely do the dress. So let's just say 2, 1, 1, and then go over here to a darker color. And then the skirt can come off of here. I guess it's a skirt. Ah, okay. We'll grab this again. There we go. Boom, boom. There we go. We got that. And there's... Oh, actually, this one says it goes down like... Once again, I feel bad as she looks at this because I am analyzing every drawing she made of herself to try and figure out what the canon look is. Okay, so this is going to curve in a little bit. One, two, three. 1, 2. 1, 2. Like so. And then we need a blue, a very dark blue that is not this blue. Truly. Okay, I'm going to check to see if her gen mates dropped ref sheets of their model or not. Okay. Kid, yeah, Kid has a full turnaround model. Though, as I said before, Skyler made her own. What did Texas do? What's the best way to actually look at all these? There we go. Thank you for having all your newest generation on a tweet. On the top pin tweet. Divine. The Desiree? How did you... Yep, you dropped a standard ref sheet. Standard ref sheet. Standard ref sheet. I picked the wrong one. But I wanted to draw the tiny gremlin. Okay. Anyways. I guess I can use this. So there's a dot there. Nope, that dot's on the inside, but I have to follow this anyways. Does it go all the way up? It goes all the way up. Of course it goes all the way up. Scrib. Why would it be easier? What part of this would be easier? Okay. Not even getting paid and you're doing all this script. Okay. Oh wait, these are 3s. What am I doing of 2s? Disgusting. Goes there and then there. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. 2, 3. Boop, boop. 1, 2, 3. Boop, boop. Oop. 1, 2, 3. That means I also have to go back down here and drop this in. That's fine. 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2. And going to say this curves. Actually, going to up that one. Just looks a little strange doing that. There we go. Everything's fine. Nothing to see here. Only pain and misery. Nothing to see. Okay, back down here. There, we have a dot now. I'm not doing the inside, even if any of these show that it's doing the inside. I do not have the pixel room for that. So, now that we have this, we have the front skirt. Which is going to be this part. It's going to go down. I also need to give her garters. It's going to go more down the front, not be flapping all around. But I'm going to at least get 3, I think, in here. Either way, to begin, I'm going to use proper straight up white. And have it grab on right here. Now, how far did I... mid-thigh. So, like, right about here. Have this go out a little bit. And then come back up. Now, the other 2 will be behind the hand. So. Yeah, I guess. Okay. That said, it's literally almost dinner time. How long have I been doing this? About 7 hours. I plan to do it again next week. Okay. Room. Is there anything special on these? We have a little blue rim at the bottom. That's fine. Add all the color changes you want. You just start feeling numb to it. Okay. Let's reuse this color to keep it part of this and go whoop. Like so. That means I can also... Oh, wait, I didn't actually bring this all the way out. So, drop this by 1 color, so... Or 10. So, 59 luminosity, 40 saturation. And put that right there. Actually, I don't need to do it. I need to do it on this side. Do. The really stupid thing would be to do their whole generation before they debut. It's not like I've done this before on a giggle. I'm not looking forward to doing it again either. Okay. This needs to go up higher. This needs to also go into skirt group. Actually, I didn't make a layer. I didn't make a group, I made a layer. Skirt group. side skirt. And all these are going to be shifted back a color, so... Okay, and now we just need to find where arms are and put this behind it. Like so. Okay, so we have this, and we're going to make it 5 less, though 30. Drop the saturation to 45. And I'm going to make you a line. And it's going to be like up here, and it's going to go out to about this far. Not far at all. Okay, I should probably also turn off the front. There we go. It just needs to meet up like right about here. So. Two. 1. Boop. Let me turn off arm. Yeah. I knew I was getting a bit lost in that sauce. Okay. I may not even get the second one in there. Okay, there we go. Boop. This, but 5 lower. I am mirroring. Okay, good. If I wasn't mirroring, I'd be mad. Okay, so we got this. We go... Where's the front skirt? 2 up. That's 3 up. What is it? Yeah, 2 up. My nomenclature is useless. 35. 54. Drop that right there. We don't need to bother doing the internal one. At least I hope we don't. That'd be a heck of a frill going out. So 20 and 35. Okay, and drop this 10 more. Outline it. How does it look with the front? I do declare, I think it needs to go out a bit more. So if I put the arm back in, will it cover up most of the, this? And I do have to make a back skirt. Joyous. Okay, left arm down. Yeah, it's basically covering everything. So I think 2 will be alright, and I just need to have a back one. Which I should make like 1 big one, and then 2 on the side. But I want to get up and stretch for a bit. So give me 1 second. All right, and I am going to be back. Okay, where was I? Pain. Ah, yes. Okay, so this is going to go above the... I don't need to worry about the jacket because this will be covering it. So this needs to go above the jacket group. Back skirt. And I think I'm going to drop this one more shade. 25, 40, and this is 4 tall, I believe. Yes, it is. Okay. So, I'm in... Technically, as with all VTubers, the perspective on them is a bit weird. And this is where it comes up. Because if you were properly looking at Skyler from the front, this would be higher... this would be closer, and therefore... Or no, let me think. You're looking at it from the front, you look down. Would this be lower or would this be higher? This would be lower, the back would be higher. So, at every angle, it's always kind of orthographic, but it gets real weird with skirts. You'll notice this whenever they make a 3D model. The skirts are always a little odd, shall we say. Usually they get squished out in like something of a crescent, or they are oddly tilted. And it's because, like, what is the perspective of the VTuber supposed to be? And the answer is no one knows. Okay, this should be relatively easy. There, we're done. Okay, I could do a few more ruffles like back there, but I think they're supposed to be big and poofy anyways. All right, what is left? Feet, of course. I got the head part. The head part needs to be put on there, which isn't that bad. Actually, let's just do that now. It'll be a nice break. Oh, I'm not going to enjoy cutting this at all. Well, all 3D models are good from some angles, or good from all angles, or great from some angle, or from a few things. It's like, the problem with 3D modeling is that it has, like in games, it has to look good from every angle, because you can control the camera all day long. People look at things weird. And that means you can't really make great silhouettes. You have to have, like, body types that are very different from each other, which is like Team Fortress 2 is always the main study in that. So you can't have two people of similar size and be able to, like, tell their loadout or anything from them if they look the same. Even if their guns are different, how are you going to tell the gun when it's pointed at you unless the gun is, like, extremely thick in some way? Yeah. Yep. And it's funny we're talking about... We should be talking about have a ship up when we're talking about silhouettes. That's very important. Okay. Oh, my grids are still screwed up. Okay, let me fix that real quick. We know RJ has a unique silhouette, and that's all that matters. Okay, I think I'm just going to cheap out. We know this by the silhouette, it goes like basically right on top of the hair. So 1, 2, 3, drop this by 2. 1, drop this by 3 or 4. Okay, there we go. Does it need to be bigger? How big is it? As big as her eyes. How big is this? It's about as big as her eye. Did I turn off, like, her normal eye? That's why I don't see any blue. Or is my setup bad on this and I just don't... Yep, I turned it off. Okay, there we go. Now it's not. Okay, just add a pixel around everything, Scrib. Keep calm. Carry on. My wayward soul. Something, something, you are done. Let's push this out one. Possibly give this a 3. Okay, I think that's big enough. Now, do I need to have that second one behind it? Wait. Wait, what's going on? Why are these different? Ah! Okay. So we're going to take the light blue color we have down here. We're going to jack it up a lot because this... I'm going off this one. I'm saying that this is part of the little swoop there, and it's not like another... How should I put it? Circle that's going on. So... Ba-ba-ba. And also, darn. That sounds like a good poster. Okay, so we got this metallic and it gets blue at the edges. And we have 5 pieces of this. So first off, let's get this out like this. And then we have the upper part like this and lower part like this. Oh, okay. Now, it's TV time. Okay, so let's cut into this. First, get the outer color. Okay, let's inline it first, then begin the cutting process. So 1, 2. Do they curve? Well, they don't curve here. 3, 4, and 5. I could just cut this out. Be all sneaky. Also just cut this out. Something like that. And then we have blues, which are based off her eyes. So I'm going to do this. I can see the same glow. So okay. Going to drop this by 10, so 25, 40. No, this should be lightened, because that's going lighter. Oop. 45. 60. That probably shouldn't be like that then. Whoop. There we go. Let's drop this a lot. So let's go, or increase this a lot. So 55. G, not continuous. And then increase it 60, 65. I think that works. We're still a little iffy on some of these things. This should probably pulled out more. I keep doing it. And oh, I clicked that. I clicked that. What are you doing? Oh. No, we're not doing that. We're turning this off. We're throwing this to the shadow realm. Copying, pasting, flipping. Okay, and this should probably go out a bit more. Okay, those now kind of look like feathers. Maybe this should go down one, show more of a gap. Same here. Okay, now to figure out this horn of a thing. I'm going to use this. And that's going to come off here. And here. And go all the way back. Actually, the silhouette, it goes up. Okay, so let's go here. Silhouette, it says it goes up and then it comes out. So like right here, here. Those are the points I'm working with. So, whoop, comes in, goes like that. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. Oh, it comes out over here. Something like that. Unless... No, we wouldn't be seeing any of the outside of that, so this is fine. Okay. Whoop. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay. I think that looks acceptable. What's left? All of it. Because I still have to do the arms raising. Okay. You know, let's start with the shoes, because those actually might be the easiest part of this. So does some garter belt. Let's go with the feet in so that I can change them from what I consider my base. She's got no legs. Okay, there we go. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay. Control, Shift, Invert. We're going to be making shoe segment 5. Left shoe segment 5. I'm going to be using her hair as a base, but I'm going to be upscaling it to be a bit lighter. So 90, and let's drop this to 65. Okay, so if we go like that, we can round it out more. Like so. Then we can use this to add a bit below it. Does it go straight down? It goes straight down. It does curve in after the first pixel, but we can just do that. And then it goes straight to a white layer. And then it had the lights on it, but I think there's only 3 because it should be the paw prints. Okay. Ugh. Sorry, readjusting. Okay, segment 4. Select everything outside of it. Select... Oh no, I can hold Control-Shift-Invert. Awesome, little thing learned. Okay, next above it. Left shoe segment 4. Second verse, same as first. Room. I'll get on to that little line later. Select everything outside it. Control-Shift-Invert. Left shoe segment 3. You know, I never really put up anything like posters or anything. It was never a thing I would do. Okay, select everything outside. Oops. Control-Shift-I for segment 2. Also, you know, like really... like old posters and all that, they, how should I put it? They were not quality that you would get them to move to a different place. You got to tape them up once, or tack them up once, and that was about it. Okay, so I have this. Nope, I want this one. Boop. Okay. Then this becomes... Is that her left or right leg? That is her right leg, so it goes outside to for the cat ears to come in. 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And then we get the cat ears on them. So it goes up like right about here. And then the Nekomimi Moto is obtained. And then it goes into the rest of this, which I will do in a minute because these are the... Oh god, actually no. Would this part scroll up and down? I think this would, so let's just cut it. Left leg down sock. Just call it that. And put another white line underneath it. And drop. Okay. Okay, drop that through there. Wrap this, put black on there. Now, how does this go? It just goes up to it about the kneecap. And then the knees will be doing something else. Okay, so I'm just going to outline this until I hit the kneecap. Which is basically right here. You can tell if we just put down the this one. That is where I say kneecap is. Kneecap ahoy. And at the kneecap, there's something that goes across here. You know, she's got enough techie wear to almost qualify as a Mecha Musume. I mean, technically, she is. How deep it goes, I don't know. Okay, so let's have this here. And this will follow 2 off of this side. Go up. And then go in real quick. This will follow up this side. In 6s? Yeah. And then get to like right here. And then quickly do this. Oh, that should be a lot deeper. Whoops. That's basically right above the fake Nekomimi. Okay, let's cut this in actually a little bit. You could stretch out there, but otherwise... There, okay. How am I going to do that part? Sorry, I'm thinking. Another question, another thing is like, possibly at 6 o'clock, which gives me another hour, I should cut this and just do rigging tomorrow. Yeah, I'm thinking that probably doing it tomorrow might be the best thing to go with. Because this is going to be some heavy rigging. Might only be like 3 hours, but if this takes another hour and then 3 more hours, so 4 more hours from now, yeah, I'm not putting a 12-hour day into this. I need some time. I need to do laundry. Okay. I'm going to at least try to finish up the model so that I can display it on the witter. And then maybe off stream I will do some of the... I'll do the rigging. Off stream I will do like some of the arm things so that I can at least vegetate while watching something and not like lose my mind too much. I know I can't say that it will stay there, but... Okay. Oops. Okay, there is a little bit more left. Let's do that. And then it moves back into the black that we're using, which is, you know, just... Actually, no. We're using this gray. Or it'd be this blue. So we should keep using that. It's hard to tell, but in this one it's using blue. Everyone else it's using black. Even one she's drawn, it's using the black. Oh. The joys of consistency. Okay, let's just go up to here, this far. Bop. I must have clicked off it. Okay. The other side will have to take care of the rest, so... Left leg down, socked. So this one will go, we'll copy the same thing for a pixel so that we can have overlap. And this will go halfway up here. So like right about here, we will say that this stops right there. I don't like that that's meeting at an edge, but I don't have a choice. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. If it's going to act odd, it's going to act odd, and I'll just have to deal with it. Wah. Okay, is there anything fancy on there? We have a line separating that. Wait. So let's go off here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and then we get the garter. Which I can't do the entire fanciness, but I can give the lies that it looks fancy. It's just 4 petals anyways. Maybe if I scooch it down one. So that's not a lot of room compared to this, but... oh well. As most things go... oh, nice. This is actually behind everything. So let's do 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then side it with 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Give it some thickness. Possibly move this over to the Shadow Realm. Yeah, I think that's better. Room. You're one off. Okay. Get rid of this sucker. Whoops. Add this. Goodbye. Hello. There we go. Now then, get back down here because we have to add a little bit of segmentation on it. I think this has to go all the way at the bottom, because otherwise it's not going to work. Oh, Tefell's mirroring. Okay. So it's got to be high over here. Okay. Now then, a secondary color. Whoops. 85, 60. Just to soften this out down here. Okay. First off, we need to go across like this and then put this over. Sorry, I'm looking for the jacket to turn it back on. Also, basically turning everything back on. Just so I can see what it looks like. The wings! I need to get the wings in here. Okay, let's do that and call it for here. Off stream, I'm going to die a little and then move these to, or duplicate the socks and the shoes to, how to put it? The legs out, and then I'm going to do arms at this angle, and then like basically like this. Or like, I think I want to have it up. Maybe I'll have 4. I mean, I'm going to be doing this on my own time. It's just I'm running out of things to say, and I don't want to keep doing this for a couple more hours because I need, or well, a couple more. It'd be feeling like I'm going till 10 o'clock, and I did not plan this long. So anyways, let's get the wings in. The wings are going to be put on the top for a second so that I can make sure they're set up everything. So main wing left. I doubt that they're going to be... Okay, so these go all the way up to her pigtails. So like right here. And they go all the way to her butt. I might need to increase the size of this. Because, as I said before, this goes down at a perfect 45-degree angle. Yeah, I need to increase the scale by like plus 128. And that gives me enough room to work with. I'll just cut it when I get over there. Okay, and as for this, the wings are set up by having this cut out, which I'm going to eyeball it and say about here. And then I'm going to feather this in with an eraser of my favorite style. And I'm going to go... $12... $8... 4, 2, 1. Okay, cool. Now then, make this as pink as her hair. There's actually a lot of different color on here. But I'll say about the same shade as the hair color I'm using in the back. Drop that in there, grab it, drop it by 10, which means I can just go and hunt for like, oh wait. Okay. Like that, and the rest of it is in white markings. How close I can get this? Probably not, but I will give it a shot. I'm going to put this into a new layer next to it, so I can stop flipping. Okay. So eyeballing, we got single pixels worth of stuff here. So like 2 in. The rest of this is following the edge. So I'm going to say 1, 2, 3. Down here, 1, 2, 3. Then it gets down here. Curves with it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And this is like whoop, whoop. Does it go all the way down? Yes. Okay, so we have that. This goes across. And that's where this originally starts, so I will fix that. Okay, and about in the middle we have something that is roughly the same size as this. I'll add 2 more pixels for punctuation on that, and it's a little off to the left, and it goes down to just a bit past where it starts doing all this. I'm assuming it's for like elevation flap stuff. And then it has it go out till about the middle. That's where I'll check back here, because, yeah, it's all connected. That one's above it? Oh, why would you do that? Why do that? Okay, so this goes down. Not all the way to the edge. Nope, it goes all the way to the edge, and then it has a little bit for the elevation flap. And then over here. Wait, why are you doing this? Well, I'm not getting that fine grain anyways. Looking back at the blurry image. Okay, this goes over here. This goes here and then starts curving up until it goes back in at a 2-degree angle. I mean 2-pixel angle. And it connects back up there, in which case we have like a 4-pixel thing that goes down. And that merges in here? Yeah, it merges in. And then we have another one that goes, I want to say, at 2 sideways. That stops right before this and has a circle on it. Okay. Then we have like the pink thing right there. And then we have a circle that is almost the size of this, that is centered on this divide here. And I'm literally going to flip this chunk when I'm done with it. And it has the bars out. How many stripes are on them? Okay. Wait, there's another random dot. Gotcha. Gotcha, fam. Okay, so we say this goes... Is it as big as a circle? Slightly less than the width. Okay. I should have probably kept the circle. You know what? I will cheat to win, and I will get the edge of the circle back using forbidden magic. Okay, so if I drop this by 2, truly forbidden magic, I can't actually get it in there. Okay. You know what that means? Just cover it up. Okay, so we have that. Now we get 2 big pink stripes that cover up the majority of this. So that's got to be in there. That's got to be in there. This is a lot thinner, actually. So maybe I thin it out this way. Wahaha. Whoop. Okay, take this. Copy, paste, flip. Okay, now I can make this the white star again. And I am going to use the forbidden art of putting the mirror over this. Okay, how cute of a star are you? Okay, you're pretty plain. So I don't need to do anything too special. And like right here. Go down one. Maybe point you up one. Turn that on. Cool. I think that looks the same. So we got that. Reset. Center. Copy paste. Flip. He has wings. Oh, thank God. Okay. As I said before, it's like a quarter of that. So, but we're going to also have to rotate it slightly when we're done. Left, tail, wing, left. So, once again, going to start at this color. Actually, you're white to start with. Okay, let's do that. You know, I can actually do this right on top of here to make sure that it is basically a quarter of this. One second. Get up there. Change of plans. Okay, and how much of the tail? You're very round. You are very round. Do you start off aggressively round? Yes. Okay, now that I have that, a little bit forward. Right about there. Lot of edge, not a lot of edge. Well, I need to have my rim on there, so I need to go a little bit less on there. A lot of edge, a lot of edge. Okay. Like I planned it. I didn't. So let's cut off a little bit of this to match. And cut this into thirds. Well. Seven. Oh, would you look at that? I actually did cut it right. Madness. Complete and utter madness. Okay, now I have to tilt it because it's always a little off her. Like, all the images she's had it on, it's a little tilted from the rest. So I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to nuke this one. Thank you for your service. I'm going to select this whole square and turn it 8 degrees. Well, -8. Actually, 8. Oh, rare. 16 might be better. Master copy. To be forever hidden and never used, but there for emotional support. 45. What's 45 divided by 2? And this hangs out about her thigh? Yeah, or no, about her calf. So, like a little up here. And now let's just clean this a little bit. So this is 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. Disgusting work, but it must be done. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. This is 2, 3, 2, 3. 2, 2. No, you're 2, 3. Two, 3, 2. And once again, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2. Awesome. 3, 2, 3, 2, 3. Okay, now this is where it gets a little iffy. I don't know how this should be. Looks like it is also going 3, 2. 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, and then it curves into all that. 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3. You don't know how much this actually hurts me. 2, 3. No, that's fine. That's fine. 3. Yeah. Okay. Oh, nope. I need to outline it in the color of choice, which is going to be a slightly off-white. Select the white. Inline the white. Everything is fine. Except for that. Okay, copy. Paste. Send these to the back. In the wings group. I'll look over it one more time to see if there's anything I need to do, but, wing group. Okay, you can go to the Shadow Realm. Thank you for your service. You can go back down here in case everything is bad and I need to fix something. Also, I had a realization. Does this float on her butt? Like, you know, it floats out like this way. When she has the wings out. You just don't get to see it. Mysteries. Do you have to be on to move you? Or did I just lose it and it didn't move anywhere? That's weird. Not going to lie, that's a little weird. There we go. Okay, turn off. So, turn off the grid. Let's make this a little smaller so we can get a nice look at the little sysjet. I think it's basically working. The hairs could be a little bit more. Maybe I'll get a second color in there to shade it a little better off stream, because I need to die for a couple minutes. Because 8 hours, and I need to do 2 more things to fix. I need to get the arms to move, and I need to get the socks to move. So I will do those off stream, and tomorrow we'll probably have rigging for like 4 hours. Maybe 5. Smug. I could probably have some blush. I never add blush to these, and it's, yeah. Okay, blush. So we take this, we go into it. First off, I'm going to crank this up. I say I want to have the saturation of about 6. Okay, so click on this. Set this, I mean not the saturation, the hue at about 6. Drop this to about like 80. And then can I just, no. Lighten it up to 85. Still looks more like Scar. Saturation about 80. Speckle the edges. Whoops, off one. I think that works. I think that works. Okay. Well. That's an adventure. So yeah, I will post an image of this to the Twitter, the witter, and say that I'm going to do a bit of it off stream. And then I will do rigging tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat place. Maybe 10 o'clock because I want to sleep in and get something done in the morning. But we'll see. Okay, either way, thank you for joining. Have a good time of day. I just need to get things done because the rest of the next couple of weeks are going to be busy for me. Or else maybe I would try to go till midnight on this sucker. But not right now. It's almost 5. Okay. With that, send you over here. Give a run through or two. Alright. Well, hey, have a good time of day, everyone, and see you tomorrow and then next week. In which case I do even more stupid things, and then that Monday afterwards, where I do even more stupid things. It's been a very stupid month.